morning, everybody. I am late today. Alright, step one today. We are going to take a throwaway vehicle down to Rosewood. There's my food for the day. Yeah. If only we could have such things in the vanilla game. Imagine going to Kentucky in 1993 and not seeing a single semi-truck anywhere. I can understand the immersive appeal to having a designable interior to a vehicle, but that's a lot of systems you're stapling into a game like this. Movables aren't designed to, or once they're placed, movables aren't really designed to move, despite the name. Now, last time we just kind of blitzed it here at the very end. We won't have to do that on our way back. We can take our time and make sure that the zombie congestion is reduced a little bit. Looks like we're going to have snow today. I don't suspect it'll stay snow for long. It'll probably turn to rain. Damn it. Triggered combat music. Oh well. This place we're not going to be able to clear. But what I can do, that may even be slightly more useful than clearing the zombies, if I can just lure them in this direction, out of the main road and to the north. Maybe they'll just hang out in the north instead of staying in the road. I don't know. They do seem to love the road. Theoretically. That might even dodge the problem of respawns. Maybe. I don't know. See, if I don't kill them, then they can't respawn, right? No, there's probably more potential respawns in the area. There were a lot of initial spawns, so there's probably room for many more to reappear. Oh, look at that. We ended up accidentally pulling a bigger group from the south. Dios míos. That I'm tired at 10 o'clock. That's incorrect. I should not be tired at 10 o'clock. Oh shit, that's not good. I hate those stones sometimes. So there will be a few of them left over in the street, but nothing compared to before. Maybe. We'll see how that plays out. It's definitely easier to traverse now than it was before. I did mess my sleep schedule up. I actually can sleep here. I do have the window boarded up at this gas station. It does have minimum viability. Oops. There we go. Yeah, big old group right there. Yeah, they're gonna become a problem. Small enough I can wipe them out. And there's the snow turning into rain. Right on time. For anybody joining, welcome. I'm a little late this morning, but we are getting started with our journey to, in the direction of Louisville. Probably won't actually be in Louisville today. We're going to be settling in we're going to be settling in Valley Station first. Now this time I'm going to take the Muldraw bypass like I always should have been doing. It is a road that I built myself to get there, and it is a useful road.
Hey!
This road right here. Completely bypasses the 31 West section in front of Muldraw, which is going to be crawling with Zeds. It's the one I should have taken yesterday when I had the refrigerated truck. Engine gave out. That's not good. Probably should not have used that as a battering ram. It was convenient in the moment, but it may have incurred some more engine damage than it already had. I never really paid attention to what the status of the hood was. So this road, it's called Carpenter Test Road, but I call it the Muldrow Bypass. It takes you straight to the north side of the Cloverleaf here. And I think we just turned north of the Cloverleaf. I can't remember if I was supposed to go further than that. I don't often do West Point to, in fact, I don't think I've ever gone from West Point to Rosewood directly. I've done many other commutes many times, but that is one commute that I'm not as familiar with. But yeah, here's the Cloverleaf, and I'm pretty sure we just turned straight north. Yeah, it's simple. Slow shambler. I'm not worried about slow shamblers if there's just a single one of them. Generally. Not on a highway this big. Right, this one is completely full. There is not much of room anywhere in here. Should have remembered. I'll convert this, the black van here, I'll convert this into a return to a Riverside vehicle. That'll help clean up some of the inventories here that don't need to go forward. Oh yeah, no. If you're in a situation where you're incentivized to be in a recliner all the time, very highly recommended. This is a Lazy Boy, by the way. Lazy Boy makes some of the best stuff, in my opinion. But no, I mean, if you can, whatchamacallit, what this really is, what you're looking at, is just a ceiling mount for a monitor that's just hung at the right height over in front of a recliner. And whenever I need to stand up, I just turn the monitor sideways, because it can be freely rotated. I have a, whatchamacallit, hang on. I actually have a video of what it looks like without anything attached to it. Back when I first built it a few years ago. This is what it looks like when there's nothing attached to it. It's kind of hard to see the top, but basically it's just built so that I can put boards across the top, and then like a flat board at the top. And then put the a VESA mount for like a ceiling monitor mount on top there. It's really simple, like design. It's all 2x4s. It's just 2x4 ties going from the top down to the bottom, and then these are just for the to mount the keyboard and mouse trays to. I don't like having. I'd post a diagram if I had one, but I never even made a diagram for it. I just kind of started putting it together. Alright. It is a bit excessive. Yeah, that is a bit excessive. This is all necessary, for the most part. This is mandatory, of course. This is my collection of ammo. I've showed this before, but this is... yeah, this is basically this is like a third of the ammo on the map, selected for the calibers I use most often. The rest of the ammo that I've looted on the map is mostly in the, at West Point, where we just departed from. See, a lot of this stuff is probably not necessary to bring forward. No, I can live without most of this. That means I can put it in the, yeah, we'll just put it in RTB. Well, I've already got a garbage bag there for it. I completely forgot that I was staging this as an RTB vehicle. Okay. Yeah, I was one step ahead of myself. Let's get it in position then. Basically... The breakdown of the vehicles here is the stuff that's parked over there, pointing to the right. That's the stuff I need to translate to West Point, and the stuff that I'm parking in this lot on this side is stuff that it's going to go back to Riverside someday. But there's no rush. I don't have to basically I'm not going back to Riverside anytime soon at the moment. It's just next time I'm in the area and I need to go back to Riverside, I'll come over here and take one of these vehicles with me. In fact, I will probably do the ambulance will tow the woodworking mobile here. In which case, I can put the garbage bag that I'm carrying on the driver's seat. The trunk of the the trunk of the black van here is going to need a repair, and then we can put some other stuff in it. Hopefully, we should have a steel sheet here still. Well, we have a small sheets that I can weld together. Oh, I shouldn't forget that there's no hood on this thing. Good to know. So that was 75 out of 130. Probably want to bring that rope with me for logging activities. And with that, the floss oil truck has been emptied. So that means all of the vehicles in the front lot here are accounted for. Okay, that's Rosewood cleaned up. Well, kind of. kind of, because I don't actually, the 3 yellow generators here don't need to be here anymore, so there is a part of me that wants to bring those forward. Which I could do. Actually, yes, I could do that. And what, the best way to do that would be to take one of these two trucks and tow the, propane delivery truck with it. Because the propane delivery truck, when I get back here, can be towed. It is a step van. Step vans, for some reason, are easier to tow than other vehicles, even though they should be heavier. It doesn't make much sense, but, it works. So what I would ideally do is take the best of whichever these are, which I think is going to be the other one. Yeah, the fossil oil truck is in better condition, so that will be the one going forward with us. Which means the fossil oil truck will get the generators. So for this trip, which I'll start overnight, because I probably need to sleep here. For this trip, I will take the fire truck towing the trailer, and then for the next trip, I will take the fossil oil truck towing the propane delivery truck. I believe the fossil oil truck and the fire truck have the same engine power. No, they don't. The fossil oil truck has only 400. This bad boy has 480. These two are not an option, unfortunately. They do not have the ability to take more than one generator. The trunks can take one generator, but I would need a truck like this to take... Okay. Got... Floodlights that are in here can be hand carried, but I need to make sure that I'm planning for that. Each of these generators probably need to be topped up first, too. Remember, if you put fuel in a generator, the generator's weight does not change, so it quite literally is free transport to fill it up first. tight fit, but it is about full. Nope, they stopped making them. I am never not going to be mad about that. These things right here, these are unbelievably expensive now on Amazon because, whatchamacallit, there are a finite quantity of them. Some of what I'm carrying can stay here, the lower priority stuff. I suppose before I even consider this a viable plan, I should make sure that the step van actually can be towed. We'll just try going around the bend here. It looks like it's going to be all right. Yeah, we're not bottoming out in second. Okay, so just had to make sure that this is viable. Then we'll hit the sack tonight. We'll do the tow with the other vehicle. Wow, that's a lot of dudes. Okay, fair enough. Hopefully they don't follow me all the way back to base. Yeah, that's this is viable. I wish I understood why step vans can be towed, but so many vehicles that should be lighter than step vans can't. At some point, I don't know. I'm not. It's not a priority really at the moment. It's a lot of work to manage the Discord. I have seen what other folks have to go through when they manage their Discord servers, and I'm not eager for that. Also, not the biggest fan of Discord right now. They're not making a lot of decisions that I support very much. We'll put these spare engine parts in the glove compartment here. There we go. There's actually room for the box itself. No? Oh, these things are really heavy, aren't they? Yeah, they weigh 2.0 encumbrance. Kind of obnoxious. Okay. So, as an overnight task, we commute home. The Bravo goes in my offhand. One of these propane tanks goes into Bravo. The other propane tank can go... I have room in my backpack now. Hell yeah. A massive pile of pretty decent heavy-duty stuff. I'd be loath to leave it behind here. But... that's the nature of the beast. I don't have room for... I barely have room for a fraction of this, and it's not worth it. I'll happily be a part of any amount of backlash against tech giants that are forcing age verification on everybody. happily. Alright, we rolling home with this one. This should be a relatively easy trip. I would be terrified if this game came up with black ice simulation, because right now what should be happening is all this water on the floor from the rain and snow, it should be freezing right now. Driving 88 miles an hour on freezing road would be a very bad idea. That'd be a very bad idea. But it's not implemented yet. All we've got is a bunch of ugly water on the road. For anybody joining, welcome. We're just getting the last of our supplies out of Rosewood and staged up at, whatchamacallit, at West Point. I think this is my turn. Hang on. No, this is early. And then forget that there is one turn before we get to the... crossroads. Now these guys... They're grouped up a little too much, and I can't turn around to face them. That's alright, we'll just hop out and shoot them. Prefer not to have obstructions on my road when I'm doing a bigger tow. The current one is somewhat easy to avoid enemies, but the next one won't be. Well, it'll be harder. Never worried about a single slow shambler, but anything more than that. No. Why would she be? We don't need one right now. We actually have 100, 80 and 100 on the torso. With a, whatchamacallit, with a hoodie, we would be up to 90, 100. Almost overshot it. This is the turn. You should not be there. Yeah, that is a fast shambler. He was not the only one. Was he? Maybe he was. Good. Yeah, okay, so no, I don't use a mod for that. I wish I could explain to you why mine is separate when it should be just rolled into the UI. I actually posted a thread about this on Steam, and it went nowhere. If we look back at my, whatchamacallit, I have a screenshot that I posted. Oh, come on now. It's not going to show it, is it? See, I posted a screenshot of one day I had it, and then one day I didn't, and I have no idea what changed. The only thing that I can think of is nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense. There's nothing that changed between sessions. I was running the game windowed, and I maximized the game window after loading in. But other than that, that was one thing that seemed to change, and then it went back to the way it was. So I have no idea. I have no idea. Now I also know that well, actually, no, I don't know. I don't know if this has any impact on it. Running the game in windowed and then using the hotkey to access it. The hotkey is P. But I'm pretty sure that if you hit P, if you don't have it in its own window, then it'll be stuck in the health window, where everything else is stuck. And I absolutely fucking hate this window. I hate this window with the fiery passion of 1,000 suns. I hate having to click to different tabs to see something. I am not a tab user, except for web browsers, but that's different. Even then, I mean, I've got like 6 web browser windows open right now, and only one of them is using tabs. I prefer windows, not tabs. I have this screen space, I'm going to use it. Brakes on this thing are not as powerful as they should be. That is our little custom road there. That'll take us from the Muldraw bypass, which is Carpenter Test Road there. And then we've got a little road there that just takes us back onto 31 West so we can get to West Point. Actually about to be 4 a.m. We might end up sleeping at the we might end up sleeping at the gas station again. There's going to be a gas station coming up on the right here. We actually slept in it on the way here to help maintain our bedtime, and I think I'm going to sleep in it again to help maintain my bedtime because it's 4 a.m. and I should be getting to bed. We're pretty close, but I do care just as much about maintaining my sleep schedule at this point, as much as I humanly can. Do not have a pillow with me, I don't think. That's alright. What in the absolute fuck all? Okay. Yeah, I just walked right over this asshole. Fucking little. Sneak up on me again. I have no idea where she might have come from. I might have, oh, you know what? You know what? I think she's the one I rammed. I thought I killed her. I was 100% sure I had killed her. She must have come back from the grave to haunt me. Yeah, no, they named 100% of the roads. Well, 95% of the roads, yeah. This fucking tree, dude. This fucking tree is, if I had any sort of axe with me right now, I would cut it. But, no, I don't actually have an axe in this vehicle kit. That's alright. I don't know, dude. You don't have to do that. That's, this is what it is. The, whatchamacallits. You could always post it to Immigrant. I just use Immigrant as a dump for anything that I want to post to the internet. Personally, I'm hoping that the run does not end until we get at least to, until we get at least to, Louisville Airport, because that is one of the last places that I have not hit yet. Valley Station and Louisville Airport. That's kind of the direction we're headed. So there are two things that are really irritating me about this game right now. One, the music broke already. We're not even 1 hour in. We're not even 1 hour in and the music is already broken. And water is stuck on the floor now. Water always gets stuck on the floor if it snows and then turns to rain and then turns to snow and then stop. Water is just, if the rain from the water from the rain is stuck on the ground forever until you shut the game off, turn it back on again. So, yeah. Basically, the game is screaming at me to turn it off and turn it back on again right now. And that is exactly what I'm going to do after we arrive and get our trailer situated here. Now, I probably do want to sort through some of this stuff before just bringing it all forward. I mean, I don't have a place to bring it yet, but if and when I do, I need ideally, I want to make it more efficient. Start by putting down the propane tanks. Can actually consolidate the rope bundles. It's been a little while since they've all been together. They're supposed to all be in one vehicle, a logging vehicle. Problem is, I don't have any good vehicles for that. I have one good step van right now, and I have to use it as a refrigerated truck. So, a couple things working against me there. Oh yeah, at least we have that. That's a lovely thing. Makes me feel like a train whenever I drive on the tracks. It's kind of fun. Okay, I'm going to close the game, turn it back on. I do actually have to step away IRL as well, so we're just going to close, reopen the game, get the music fixed, and then that'll also fix the water on the ground. Then I have to step away, and then when I get back, we will get to work with. I need to sort the generators out. I think I brought home another blue generator, and I get a sense of how many generators I'm going to bring forward. I'm going to start with just one blue one, most likely. So I might not even have to sort the generators, but yeah, figure that out. Alright, water is no longer on the floor, and the music will be back. Glorious. Yeah, I can't help that. That's what it does. Everybody's got to have a chair on their roof. Alright, I have to step away for just a moment, and then we'll get started with the sorting out of the fire truck there. Some of the stuff that's in it definitely doesn't need to go forward immediately, so we'll figure that out. And I'll be right back, folks, just a moment. Right, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Mr. Chair got to say hi. Looks like we actually got cold. That was because we were sitting around. If we were to start putting on another layer, I think it's still a little too early for another layer. Alright, so that is small form food right there. So I need to remind myself that I have these medical beds. In addition to the one that's going to stay here, which is the one that's parked over there right now. I should put down the rest of them that I've procured. These are very easy to transport if anybody is not familiar. I use these because I can fit an entire one of them in one of my backpacks. Won't be fitting much else in that backpack, but the point stands. There's extra swords in this bag. I wonder if those were some of the disappearing swords right there. Probably was. I did shut the engine off, right? I have a bad habit with that. I should just bring the truck inside now that I've got the trailer taken care of. It was a bit inconvenient to try to do both. Alright, trailer is empty. Truck still has some stuff to sort. There's no good answer to that, unfortunately, because every time, the closer you get to reality when it comes to inventory management, the more miserable a video game gets. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. Video games, just anything that involves survival crafting. The closer you get to simulation, it just gets worse and worse and worse. Having a system that is not a simulation, but has some understandable constraints is perfectly fine by me. I definitely do not want a fully realistic inventory management system. I just don't think it would work. It would not work on the slightest. The sheriff's duffel bag, henceforth, is now the coffee duffel bag. Because it's brown, and coffee is brown. That makes sense to me. Still have spare pipes here. I don't think I do. I do have a bunch of spare steel bars, but the iron pipe cache that I had has been more or less exhausted, and that's okay. It all went to good homes. So these two iron pipes are basically just extras. Yeah, that's 100%. We're big fans of logic here. We came away from the military research facility with quite a few of these. I feel morally obligated to have them on hand, but I'm not going to be carrying them all forward in the initial move. I'll just call this military backpack carrier. Put all the spare military backpacks in it. That makes sense to me. See, one of the reasons I don't use, even though I have like almost a dozen, literally a dozen spare military backpacks right now. One of the reasons I use duffel bags instead is because if I fill, I'm kind of pre-programmed to fill backpacks up as much as possible. And if I fill a military backpack all the way up, it literally gets so heavy that I can't pick it up unless I take a bunch of my gear off first. And that actually just makes everything inconvenient. So I'm just not doing military backpacks for standard supply transport. I probably wouldn't be opposed to it to just make all of my gate duffel bags into these military duffels, because that way they have a nice recognizable appearance. How about instead of that, let's just do military duffel bag equals duffel bag of welding-related supplies. That would be probably better. Because I do have a lot of these, and I don't have incentive to make that many gate bags. So that means, in totality, I have about 160 encumbrance worth of welding materials on the floor right here. This bag needs to be distributed elsewhere. The stuff that's in it is all extremely useful, but it's just this is basically just a grab bag of useful stuff. It's not organized. This is not the way. This is not the way. Oh, this is my winter. I was wondering what I did with this. This is my winter kit. Okay, I'm glad I have it. I don't really need it. Interesting. Oh, I have to wear this hide hoodie when I can. I forgot about this. Most hoodies in the game have only 10% scratch defense. This is a hide hoodie made with tailoring. This has 20% scratch and 10% bite natively. And it goes in the sweater slot, which I normally never wear. So if I put this on, that'll bring my chest protection to 100%. Look at that. My entire upper body is 100% protected now. The only problem is this jacket is going to insulate me rather heavily. So we'll see about that. We'll see if I can stand wearing it. Nothing else in the winter kit is particularly remarkable. That makes a total of 11 full bullets of coffee and like 5 partial bullets of coffee. So we could just average that out to like about 14 or 15 total bullets of coffee. So the breakdown here is we're going to have B Delta be the materials and whatnot, while we'll just put tools and weapons straight into the trunk. When I say weapons, I also mean I've got duffels full of guns over here. We're going to start with pristine and work our way down. We're actually hungry at the moment, and we don't have anything out of the freezer. We should fix that. Until that thaws, we're just gonna have some something easy. How about some soda? Yes, absolutely. Zombies will bite whatever they can get their hands on. If a zombie grabs me right now just from the front, basically my entire body. So it's an upright zombie. It's grabbing me from the front. My entire upper body is up for grabs. They'll hit me. They'll hit whatever they can. It could be my hand. It could be my upper arm. It could be my lower arm. And knees and elbow pads. What they do is they provide protection to both the arm and the forearm. How that exactly works, I don't know, nor do I really care. All I know is that when I wear knee pads, thigh and shins get more protection. When I wear elbow pads, forearms and upper arms get more protection. Those numbers make me happy. I punch those numbers in my calculator and it puts out a happy face. Freezer fruit, freezer 4. Yeah, we've got a variety over here on this side. That's also a perfect fit. It would depress me to mess up a perfect fit. All this cabbage has gone stale already. Literally just from being unfrozen while I transport it, this cabbage is all stale. I hate this game so much. Can't wait to play it some more. Okay. That's fine for now. My cooking ingredients are starting to narrow in terms of how diverse they are. And that's okay. That was always going to happen. I have this cowboy hat in a Holstein cowhide. I love having options for hats, especially because both of these are actually a pretty decent match, all things considered. The witch hat is a perfect match. Well, I can't really brag about this. I did this intentionally, but the recolor of the backpack is a perfect match for the witch hat, which itself is a perfect match for the leather pants. Meanwhile, if I wanted a different style, the Holstein cowhide hat, pretty close to the military jacket and urban camo. I love it. We were selecting guns. In terms of pristine stuff, we don't actually have that much. We'll definitely want to bring the M16, the other one. We already have one. This is the other one. I don't usually roll around with an M1A, but you know what? Let's bring it. I feel like bringing it. And yeah, for now that's one of each. Now this bag is full of guns that have been repaired to almost perfect. And I think that constitutes all of the magnums that I have. I don't think I have any magnums that are actually pristine. Yeah, the closest thing is this one here, which has never been repaired, but that doesn't count. Because at aiming level 8, I can't do repairs to pristine. The only reason I would ever do repairs in the first place is because I have so many guns that I quite literally have to. Now this, well, we don't have the ambulance with us. That's another problem. It's kind of hard to plan what guns to bring if I don't have the ambulance. So I'm making some really basic selections right now, but we're going to need to go pick up the ambulance before I make any harder decisions. A couple of M9s, that's a no-brainer. And another patrol revolver too. Let's go grab that. I mean, patrol revolver, I'm just going to take all I have because those are extremely useful. And it actually took me a while before I found a pristine one of these. My current is 90%. My M9 is actually okay. I repaired it with another one that I had found, and that is the first time it's been repaired, so it is in pretty good condition. So it'll last us a while. We'll take the bag full of bags, I suppose. That can't go too wrong with that. Six different bags right there that can do gates. Fantastic. With one more duffel, I could get this to be a, hang on. Yeah, that's a passenger seat right there. One of the most efficient ways to move things is to put them in the right seat. In this case, a military backpack with 24 encumbrance in it. I could actually bump that up to 26 encumbrance, and it would still fit on the seat. Sounds like 2 more boxes of garbage bags to me. So now this military backpack technically weighs 28 encumbrance, and yet because seats don't worry about the weight of the bag itself, I can still put it on a seat. So we're actually carrying 2 extra free encumbrance by doing that. Limit brakes come in many forms. Normally I like to carry around some batteries. How about an entire box? Should already have a cache of vehicle parts, as in engine parts out here. Yeah, I got about 17 total. Mostly decorative. I don't actually need those. They're a little too bulky. Perfect sports car battery. Nothing to snub your nose at, but nothing immediately required. Buckets are an interesting conundrum because I can make buckets myself, but thanks to a bit of a silly oversight, I cannot use plaster in buckets that I make myself. I have to have one of these regular metal buckets in order to plaster walls. So I probably should just go ahead and toss these in the trunk, along with the mason's trowel. Consider buckets as tools like everything else. I don't know, dude, you have to figure that out. It's alright, you don't have to post things. That's fine. Total of 10, so we just have a bag of bags. That's easy enough. That weighs about 19. Duffel bag of bags. What's up, kids here? Oh, it's Monday. It is Monday. Yeah. Mondays are a part of my regular schedule. The question, it's still an open question, whether we'll be getting anything on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. This week, I might be actually free this week, but that's not confirmed. I'm still awaiting emails from the PMO on that. And it's never not going to be funny to me that the whatchamacallit, the frickin' program manager is taking interest in me and like 3 other people who had badge issues before going into the office. We all get personal interest from the PMO. That's really funny. It doesn't need any new parts. No. And this one is probably not going to be an active horde vehicle. It's got a good trunk, so that's actually directly incentivized not to. The ingredients should be done thawing. Yeah, they're all done thawing, so let's fire up something to eat here. That is going to come out to be a couple of really chunky roasts. We're looking at possibly into the hundreds. Inch of onion. Except I used it all up. That's cursed. Alright, so one gets onion, one gets soy. Yeah, these are probably going to be in the hundreds. We can thank the cabbage for that. Separately, I'll make a couple of cabbage and kale salads. And I might freeze them. telling me I can't fit those in the freezer, then so be it. I'll fit them in the other freezer. We ended up extracting more than I would have preferred. Alright, so this freezer, the white one, is now going to be shared between ingredients and meals. Oh, that's already done cooking. And they came out to be right around 100. Perfect. One of those can go back in the fridge. Yeah, that's what I use. Imgur is pretty reliable. Well, I say that. It's a terrible platform, but I don't use it for the community. I use it because it's an image host and I can post links to images from it. Ooh, we have sparklers here. We have sparklers here. I didn't realize that. Good to know. We could fire up some bombs at some point. I'll probably do 2 bundles of these ropes, since I don't expect we're going to be seeing a dedicated logging vehicle anytime soon. I mean, we could get lucky. It might be that we see a step in with a decent quality engine as soon as we get to our destination. I'm not sure about that, though. Into the trunk they'll have to go. And with that, we still have room for a generator. Exactly 1 generator. Perfect. Wait, what? Why doesn't that fit? There's no reason that shouldn't fit. Oh, the fire extinguisher weighs 2. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we went ever so slightly over. Whoops. I don't need this gas mask. I have decided I'm never wearing gas masks. Not if I have a half-mask respirator. There's literally no point. The respirator seems to work fine, and I can't wear glasses with the gas mask. I could barely justify wearing it in the military research facility. Okay, that's a good fit. The first of several vehicles that are kitted out to move forward. That being said, this is not immediate priority. This is like second priority. Ambulance is always first priority, especially going in the direction we're going. What did I use this other one for? Nothing. This is a yet unused. I mean, it's got a sledgehammer in it. This is just a generic horde vehicle. It can go up here next to the Corvette. Now, on the other hand, this mail van has been ready to go for a long time. It is a, it's got 3 premium tech generators in it. It had spices in here, too. Okay, yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, so we are going to... I don't think there's much prep work left to be done, but we are going to sleep. And then we're going to go pick up the ambulance from Muldra. And then we are good to go from there, for the most part. Nothing is jumping out at me. More gate bags than I probably am ever going to know what to do with. I'm looking at that cabbage and it's looking real ugly. We do not tolerate stale food here. Anything stale needs to get put into a recipe right away. And the rest of the cabbage and kale are all garbage leftovers. Empty propane tanks are technically steel, so there's no need to throw those out, just like with disc brakes. Alright, it's close enough to bedtime. We're hitting the sack. I had to... I don't know what just happened. She stood up after I hit rest, and then she went to sleep. Okay, that works. At least it counted as good with pillow, I think. Weird. Okay, so since this fire truck here is more or less a generic horde vehicle, it is okay to leave it in Muldra. So I'm going to take this fire truck back to Muldra and it'll stay there. I'd probably do a Matrix element before I ever did Discord. Yes, we've got, actually, when we arrive at Muldra, I've got a forging infrastructure set up there. So I can show you what it looks like. In order to start blacksmithing, you're going to need, well, you could start with a primitive forge. Start with a primitive forge because that doesn't require anything special to make other than some really low-level stuff. So primitive forge is really easy to, well, I mean, much easier than the late-game stuff to figure out. You won't be able to do that much useful, but you'll be able to build skills, and that's an important part. And you'll be able to get slowly in the direction of, you see, when it comes to like just getting your foot in the door for blacksmithing, there's the simple forge. There is, primitive forge first, simple forge second, and then finally advanced furnace and forge. I think there's also a lower level version of the furnace too, I don't recall. But as you get more complex, it requires contributions from other sources, like you're going to need large bellows, for example. Yeah, that's why I don't touch Discord anymore. I mean, I have a Discord server for actually for my family, to keep in touch with my family, because I managed to get them off of other social media and onto Discord. So if I had to pick between Discord and, like, you know, Facebook or Instagram or some shit, yeah, I'd pick Discord in a heartbeat. But I would not be I'd not be trying to start any. I mean, Discord is going in that direction, so it's like, you know, just because they have slightly more interesting features than other social media. They're trying to be another social media platform, only worse in some ways. I always thought that TeamSpeak was just supposed to be a Ventrilo replacement, but apparently it's more than that. And I don't know. I don't actually know what TeamSpeak is supposed to be now, because I always thought it was just Vent, except not. That's what I always thought it was. But no, I guess it's its own thing. So here we are in Muldraugh. I have two vehicles here that need to go back to West Point with us. But this is also where the only location that I have my, this is also the only location I have an active forge in. Doesn't look like the respawns are too bad. I didn't see anybody on the road. Ah, yes, this is why. This is why. I don't fuck around when it comes to Muldraugh respawns. This is why my base is surrounded by vehicles. In this case, trashed vehicles blocking the entrance, because respawns are just too close to this place. But at the same time, this place is way too useful to not base in, so it's a catch-22 for me. I don't have any rivers nearby that I can make put my base inside of. Back too far. This other guy down here. Where is he going? Trying to group up with somebody else? Yeah, he is. He's trying to group up with this other group. Skype. Yeah, Skype was what we used when I was, back when I, back when I was playing Ark. With the Mesopotamia crew. Skype was what everybody used. These trees. I have always hated these trees. On Annie, we just deleted this entire forest. I almost regret not doing that here on Nora, but it's too late now. I don't have a use for the logs if I were to delete it, so not worth it. I think we've got a secure perimeter. I don't know. I could turn on the generator and there'd be like 50 more of them coming out of the trees somewhere else. I hate this place when it comes to respawns. But it's just too useful to pass up. There's so much good shit in there. Alright, so the ambulance and the fire truck are our targets. While we're here, I might do another sword. This one is taking a few hits. Could always reforge it. Running around at night. Oh, that's, I mean, you know, we've got a flashlight. And that's an important thing. But no, it's easy peasy to play this game at night once you get used to the... I recommend if you're... I mean, I always recommend this trait. What's it called? Cat's eyes. Better vision at night. If you have a good monitor, you have cat's eyes, you can see... as long as you're not indoors. If you're indoors, then it's just pitch black all the time. But yeah, this sword is down a couple percentage points. We'll go ahead and reforge it. So in order to reforge a sword, we dismantle it first. That pulls it off of the handle. So that leaves us with a sword blade. And what we gotta do is just use the sword blade as an ingredient to make a new sword. So we had somebody in the chat asking about blacksmithing. This is... starting blacksmithing from scratch is kind of like a horse and carriage. What you're looking at here is modern vehicles, so it's a little bit of we're putting the cart before the horse here. This is an advanced forge. You can make pretty much anything in the game with it. Oh, it already okay. So yeah, I can reforge the sword. That's the only thing here that I have that I could turn into a sword. I don't have any steel bars in the crate at the moment. So when I hit craft, what she does is she pulls all the stuff she needs out of the trunk of the truck. I use the trunk of the truck for material storage because that's really convenient. And unfortunately, this is a very annoying noise. Thankfully, I can fast forward through it. And there we go. We have a sword that is fresh. It is blunt when you first make it, so... take it over the grindstone or use a whetstone or something and sharpen it up. Cat's eyes is too cheaty for you. Well, that's a catch-22 then. If you don't like going outside at night and a trait is too cheaty, that's unfortunate. That is quite unfortunate. Anyway, we'll slap a handle on that sword, and there we've got a fresh sword now. That was kind of superfluous. But there was no reason not to while we're here. Pursue number 1. I'm out of tea. Changing mags. Alrighty. For anybody joining, welcome. We just stopped by Muldraw to pick up a couple of vehicles, and then we're going to bring the ambulance here and the fire truck forward. And at that point, we're almost set to move out. Oh, these duffel bags should have gate materials in them. And we have plenty of iron pipes, so I'm going to actually finish filling these up. So each duffel bag gate needs to have a total of 8 iron pipes. So this one gets 5 more. And then this one gets a total of 8. And then a spool of wire. Glorious. Now, unfortunately, these duffel bags will not fit back into the trunk now. I can fit one in. the other one is going to be too big. So I'll just take something out if I have to. Oh, no, wait. It fits. It fits. Glorious. Okay. I thought that this was going to be too tight of a fit. Happy to be wrong. So we probably I don't need this loose rope. What I'm going to do is take this loose rope. I should have at least 2 rope here. And turn it into a stack. So a stack of rope is 12 rope. If I did, it would be right here. Yeah. If I did, it would be right there. But I don't. What about in the logging truck? I have a garbage bag of charcoal, but no rope. I swear I had 2 ropes somewhere. It's probably just not here. I could make rope, but I'm not... No, what I'm going to do is just put... I'm just going to leave the 10 rope that I found in the field. I'm going to leave that here at Muldra, because we've got so much rope at the staging point. We don't need to bring that with us from here. It would actually possibly be useful here. You know what? Steel sheets have been a problem in the field. Steel sheets have been a problem, especially because I have a tendency to use a lot of them. How about steel sheets? Nails have been a problem too. We had 2 cartons of nails at Rosewood, and for some reason my brain meat did not tell me to take them forward. Do I have a carton of nails here, I wonder? Yes, I do. I'm literally using it as a decoration. Yeah, I have 2 right here. This is Muldra, Master and Fatco. Of course I have a carton of nails. We'll put the carton of nails on the passenger seat. That leaves us with room for a number of things. We can put the axe head and the axe and nails on the seat here, and we can fill everything else up with steel sheets. That'll be 3 for the passenger seats, and 12, so that's 6. Yeah, that should be 6 for the glove, and that will that'll take care of that. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna stop in Valley Station. I don't know what we'll do in Valley Station. Hell, I might make a base in the strip club. Depending on the resources available in the area. There's a gas station right next to it, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no, there's a gas station right next to it. We did explore that area on Annie, so I know it has a few things. And of course, I'm going to take this sledgehammer. Don't tell Luchador, but yeah, I have a red sledgehammer. A red hammer, if you will. And we have about 3 encumbrance left to work with in the trunk. Sounds to me like a steel sheet right there. Now, we didn't have a lot of success towing the the ambulance with the truck last time, so I'm going to try the ambulance towing the truck this time. Ambulance is currently full of random stuff that is going to be useful. Yeah, nothing in the ambulance needs to get changed right now. Sounds like somebody just died. R.I.P. Oh yeah, so if I'm not going to be sitting on the driver's seat of the truck, what I can do is put the sledgehammer on it. And then I can fit a generator in my backpack. A blue generator, as it were. No longer needed here. Yeah, that's right. I can put a generator in my backpack. What you gonna do about it, huh? Alright, I'm tempted to take some of those propane tanks. I kind of want to split them. I'm going to split them. We'll take half of the propane tanks with us and leave half of them here. These are all empties up here. And then these are partial filled. Oh, you know what? You know what? I lamented not having a pickaxe last time. I am not going to lament not having a pickaxe this time. Because I'm going to have a pickaxe this time. One of the only ones I've ever found. Absolutely, am I going to take it with me? Alright, so we're out of here. No entry. No entry while I'm not here. Oh yeah, absolutely. We don't use the canal like some kind of pussy. We're the man. We go straight through the entrance. Oh, look at this. Am I going to make it out a second? I'm probably not. I don't suspect I'm going to make it out a second. Nah, we had this problem yesterday. We're carrying too much. I feel like once upon a time I could tow a D6. But that feels like a time that is long gone for me. I mean, we tried every combination last time. We tried every combination. We tried taking the tires off, putting them back on for both vehicles. And then we tried not. I know this is a tow that should be capable of doing, but the amount of things that I would have to try, I'm just going to tow it backwards. Alright, back on the road. This will take a minute. But this is the last major trip we have to do before we can start focusing on breaking ground. Now, when I say breaking ground, what I really mean is we're going to take the ambulance forward and we're going to start clearing the road. And that sounds like it's not like clearing one of these roads. The road, as you get closer to Louisville, gets thicker and thicker and thicker. That is going to be one hell of an endeavor right there. You're going to find a lot of rifles. Here's open. Godspeed for an M16. It is currently November 23rd, 1994. It is, it's a good thing, I think. We're right on track with our experience with Annie. It was winter of 94 when we started breaking into Louisville on her. I don't remember the exact timeline. I do remember it was winter. And I vividly remember that we had set up base, and it was spring when we started trying to do convoys. Because I do remember driving through all the pretty trees after spring started. Commuting from Zed's Unlimited to Rosewood. Interesting. That is a bit of a hike. Probably worth it. I'd probably sooner go to Echo Creek. What I did when I got out of Guns Unlimited, I left all of the guns that I didn't need, which there was a ton of. I left all the guns I didn't need at the little warehouse base that I set up across the street. I don't think I've ever done Guns Unlimited straight to Riverside. If you go down Irvington Road there, Irvington Road is probably a road that I should have tried to use more often in the past, but I very rarely have ever used it. It seems pretty useful. Just looking at this real quick because it's relevant to my future interests here. This is Irvington Road. It's one of the biggest roads that's not a highway on the map. And it does go right by Zed's Unlimited here. That's Zed's Unlimited with the X's in there. That's the base that I set up for next to Zed's Unlimited. But Irvington Road, I hardly ever used it before then. But you could go all the way up there and then take Coalfield to get easy access to KY60 to Riverside. That is a bit of a roundabout. If you go straight through Echo Creek to get to KY60, it would be a little faster. KY144 I hate this road so much. I hate KY144 with every fiber of my being. There are so many fucking zombies on this road, and there's no reason for them to be there. It's literally just a rural road with some houses next to it. There's literally no reason for there to be, like, between the two edges of this road, there's about probably 200 zombies or something like that on standard population. It makes no sense, absolutely no sense, and yet I deal with it every single time, and I really shouldn't. Irvington Road never had a fraction of those spawns. Oh, that's the Death Bridge as well, yeah. Can't forget about the fucking bridge that has a railing dead center in it. I mean, just imagine I'm driving down this road, this highway right here, and I'm staying near the yellow lines in the middle because the yellow line's in the middle, dead center of the road, so I can easily divert. And just imagine in between the yellow lines, in the middle of the road, just a bunch of steel bollards all of a sudden. That's 144 right there. That road is a death trap in so many ways. I do wish I could set cruise control in reverse. I've had to replace my S key several times already. Having to hold it down like this is probably not helping its lifespan. If you have whatchamacallit, if you have access through the main road to Echo Creek, that's not a bad choice. One of the things that always messed me up was I didn't have the main road of Echo Creek clear at the time. So the main road of Echo Creek was just swarming with Zeds, and it felt like a nightmare to try to do any logistics going through the town. Oh, so you got to go even farther than I do. The mechanic shop is on the other side of the creek. I never looted that on this character, and I don't know how I feel about that. See, on one hand, it's so far away that I'm probably better off just finding another vehicle locally to replace the parts. But on the flip side, I could always use more pristine parts. Beautiful. Hope they stay dead. Well, you're playing with respawns off, aren't you? You're doing the smart thing. For anybody joining, welcome. I know this is not the most compelling content, but we're on our way down whatchamacallit, 31 West here, and this is going to take us to West Point. Once we get there, we can drop off the fire truck that we're towing, and we can finally start making the journey towards Valley Station, and finally Louisville from there. We've got the bend right here, the bend that takes us to West Point. Yeah, now the gas station is great, and I had a lot of fun fixing it up. But I probably would not want to do it yet again because it's also a lot of work to fix up right. I had to bust out a lot of walls to make it something that I actually enjoyed. That would be the north entrance to West Point there. Oops, wrong way. I would get out and kill her, but the we're not going to have to take this road again, hopefully for quite a while. I'm saying hopefully because there's always a small possibility I forgot something critical. Despite all this stuff that I'm carrying forward, it's happened to me in the past where I just had some really ridiculous oversight. In any case, here is the bottom half, or the bottom area of West Point. I always base in the warehouse here. So we've got the gas station, and then the warehouse here is just sort of a like a metalworking workshop, but it doesn't have a lot of tools in it. It's more just a, you'll find a lot of iron ingots, or steel ingots in there. I busted a hole through the fence so that I can get really easy access to the custom entrance I made here. And I want to take both of them inside so we can I think the ambulance is mostly ready to go. There's some stuff in the ambulance that I'm going to want to pull out of it. This is where towing backwards defeats me a little bit. There we go. Through the magic of sledgehammers, we've got a way to drive right through the entrance here. Alright, so in our main backpack we're actually carrying around another generator, in addition to the two we have here. So we have 2 blue generators. We'll put those here, and then take the one out of my backpack. Public service announcement: if you have a military backpack and you have the organized trait, you can fit a blue generator in your backpack. I'm always shouting that out whenever I get a chance. Here's another red one. We're putting that out there. Now, are we going to use every single one of these generators? I don't know. Typically, with the blue and the reds, I like to leave them at gas stations. Most of the gas stations on the map so far have all got their own generator at this point. But as we move forward, obviously none of them will. So we've got 3 propane tanks here, mostly full. We will leave those in the pile of welding materials. And then we have stuff that is going to be used to help put together a forge at some point. So that would be this clay and sand. That should go in other fire truck, which is basically my second wave vehicle. That should also get the pickaxe. The second wave vehicle is basically the vehicle that I bring with me after I am ready to build a larger base somewhere. Yeah, organized is, it's mandatory for me at this point. I am just too addicted to being able to fit more stuff into, containers. Unfortunately, we don't have room for... Yeah, I'm gonna have to take the duffel bag of bags out. Now we have room for the sacks of sand and clay here. So yeah, this vehicle right here, it's just got backup weapons, non-essential tools, and base building materials. So when I find a place that I want to build a base, I will come back here with probably with a throwaway vehicle and pick up this fire truck and drive back with that. Now that to differentiate that we're talking about a proper base, that does not include something as smaller like a gas station base. I will probably be taking with me whatever I need to make a gas station base. Because there is a gas station on 31 West, as far as I know. Here's our current location. We're in the edge of West Point at the bottom here. And this is 31 West, going across the bridge there. After the bridge, there is a curve to the road. I don't know exactly where, but there's a curve to the road, and then there's a gas station. And that, we're going to take one of the blue generators with us for that. But otherwise, we'll have just the ambulance. The ambulance is my combat vehicle, which is full of anything I need for my current loadout to be combat effective. We've already detached, so we can take the truck out after we finish emptying it, of course. We have yet another medical bed. Another red sledgehammer. I don't have an immediate purpose for this because we already have a red one. You can make your own sledgehammers when you have high-level blacksmithing. You cannot make red sledgehammers, so those are important to me. As the why? Because it's red. Tongs, pipe wrench, steel sheet. Oh, duffel bag gate. Yeah. So we've got a home for this. The tongs and the pipe wrench, those should have gone in the other truck as well. Basically, I want to get this trunk completely emptied because, yeah. We'll just have to say that we're cramming the patients together here. So each of these duffel bags are full of materials to build gates, which they're being added to the pile here. We've already got 6. Now we have enough to build 8 gates. And yes, it does bother me that one of them is a different duffel bag than the others. I'm just going to have to fucking deal with it right now. I've got too much other things to do right now. Alright, so we have a whole ass carton of nails, and a few more steel sheets. Nails, sheets, all this stuff, this is all second wave stuff, so none of it needs to go with us right now. This vehicle gets to have its own kit because it is one that has a good trunk. Most of the vehicles that are spawned in on this whatchamacallit, on this map, most of the vehicles that have spawned in are not the best they could be. Because their trunk size is limited. No, I have a collection of duffels that are all different, but it's okay because they have different purposes. It bothers me especially because this one, they're all supposed to be the same purpose, and therefore, whatever. So there's just a couple of extraneous stuff in the ambulance. Now, if you look at the ambulance inventory here, you can see we've got boxes of certain specific calibers of ammo. Shotgun, 38 special. We don't need 44 Magnum. I can actually take that out. and also these boxes of garbage bags that, like I said, that I filled up the trunk of the ambulance with whatever I was going to need eventually, but most of the stuff is not needed in the short term. Okay, yeah, this is more like it right here. I should have at least one pillow in all of my vehicles. That's just a good practice that I recommend having, because then you can, if you need a bed down somewhere, you get a higher quality sleep. This is our weapon stash. So between the I don't want to think about this too hard, but we have another vehicle back in Rosewood that's got a lot of ammo in it. I don't want to think about it too hard because I don't need it immediately. But between that step van, the ambulance, and this wall, that constitutes for most of the ammo on the map outside of Louisville. So we are jacked in terms of ammo. We will be able to shoot for a very long time without ever running out, using just what we have in the ambulance. Speaking of the ambulance, my MSR 788 in there needs to be replaced. It has taken some damage. So as soon as I empty my inventory here, we will get that taken care of. Oh, I should be taking some torches with me, actually. My past self may have actually put those in there because of that exact reason. So, there's going to be a lot of busted cars on the road. There's going to be a lot of busted cars, and it will be convenient to just remove a portion of them directly. I like big trunks, and I cannot lie. Other drivers can't deny. Alright. Everything else we've got here... Oh, how about bombs? Yeah, let's make a bomb. So we've got one aerosol bomb right now. We can do a couple more. We've got our bomb making kit right here. And here in West Point, I had completely forgotten about this. We actually have the materials to make a couple more bombs. In our electrical bin here, we've got 2 boxes of sparklers and a tube of glue and only 1 can of hairspray. So we can make one more bomb right now. And then we're not going to be able to make any more because we need another can of hairspray. I might actually just go get another can of hairspray. I know exactly where to go in West Point for one. We just need to go up Main Street here, 5th and Main. There is a salon right there. I've already looted it. I probably left a bunch of hairspray cans on the ground. So, yeah, we'll have to go get that because I want to make another bomb. But let's make one right now because we can do that. Just need a crafting surface. And we're missing aluminum fragments. Okay, there we go. We got aluminum fragments in the crate here. So there is one aerosol bomb. And then I only use bombs with remote triggers. I don't like throwing them. So what I'm going to do is make a remote trigger. This is what requires glue, which is why I always collect glue whenever I see it. I recommend, if you guys are interested in remote bombs, collect glue and hold on to it. Because there's no substitutes. It has to be regular glue. You cannot use, what's it called? You can't use, like, wood glue or epoxy as a substitute. It has to be glue. Most often found in schools, but not guaranteed. You could go through an entire school and not find a single tube of glue. So there's a bomb, there's a trigger. Now all we got to do is slap the trigger on the bomb. Add remote trigger to bomb. There we go. And we're going to do all that again in a couple of minutes here. We just want to go and steal that... Yeah, we're going to put that back away, and then I have a separate bag for my bombs, the actual bombs themselves, as opposed to the bomb-making materials. Tongs and pipe wrench we'll just leave here for now. At some point I'll probably want those. And we'll come back here after we make the after we get the materials for the bomb. Okay, so we are deploying now. and all we're doing is we're just gonna go gather a. We're just gonna go get a can of hairspray. It might result. We might be able to just go up there and grab it. We might have to fight our way there. I am not sure what the respawns are gonna look like in the main street of West Point here. If I'm not mistaken, we have to take the second left. Forgot I still have a fighting position right there. Big bada boom. I was gonna repair that van too. Too late now. Too late now. Oh, look at that. Very few respawns. I'm just gonna try to go past these guys. Am I? Hang on. Okay, yeah. Welcome to West Point. Welcome to West Point. It looks like there's none, and then there's fun. I'm going to... I have an idea. Yeah, I've got an idea. Park somewhere where they're not at, and then give them the slip. And by give them the slip, I mean divert attention away from the ambulance, so it's not being camped when I come back. Of course, I made the mistake of taking the turn right in front of Genesis, which is where I need to go, which led them into the building. I don't feel like fighting all these guys. They're all respawns, and I've got better things to do. So we're just going to give them the slip. This convenience store is going to help us out with that. Gunshot will get their attention, and then look at that, I'm out of line of sight. Haha, you can't see me. Normally I absolutely despise going down, and I'm not doing it. I was thinking about taking this alleyway to the right. I'm not doing it. Remember that mobility is your greatest defense. The fact that I can run means they're no threat to me at the moment. Alright, there may be one or two of them left in Genesis. But look at that. They're not. Come on, give me a can of hairspray here. There we are, can of hairspray. Got what I needed. And there's two for the road right there. Easy peasy. I just got fatigued, but since I'm not fighting anybody right now, it ain't no problem. And thanks to the gunshot there, nobody is camping our van. So we're out of here. I'm not gonna act like that wasn't a little bit scary, but we're good. We're good. Now, you can see the aftermath of what one of these aerosol can bombs looks like. This is the aftermath of such a bomb. Nothing but ashes and blood on the street. I like to use them very, very, very efficiently because the materials to make them... The linchpin material that's always really hard to get your hands on is boxes of sparklers. That's one of the reasons I'm making these bombs right now, is because I remembered that I had 2 boxes of sparklers in the cabinets here at West Point, and that means I have 2 more bombs. Because you go to your nearest hair salon and you can find an aerosol can. That's not that hard to find those. Boxes of sparklers, for some reason in this game, once again, it's one of those materials that has no substitute. So it has to be a box of sparklers, and you get a very small chance at finding them in like gas stations and whatnot. But I don't like it. I really don't. Speaking of what I don't like, after all that running, unfortunately, even though it's the dead of winter, wearing this hoodie has left me very, very, very sweaty. I'm at stage 2 wetness from sweat. I could actually get sick from that, which is really silly. That's okay. It'll fix itself really quick if we just take a couple layers off, but what that tells me is that when I go out there and start fighting tomorrow, I cannot afford to be wearing that extra layer. Yeah, I'm going to have to leave the hoodie off for a bit. It's just not cold enough for it yet. It's getting there, but it's not quite there yet. It's below freezing for like half the day nowadays, but I guess when it gets back above freezing, it's no longer there. Alright, so before we, I'm going to sleep probably early today, and yeah, we'll see how things play out from there. Where's my kit? I should have taken my kit with me. So here's the boom kit, as it were. And now that we have an aerosol can, we can make another one of those lovely aerosol can bombs. What am I? Do I really not have aluminum fragments? Okay. That's, that shouldn't be that hard to find. Usually I have, maybe I'll have to dismantle something. Let's try, I've got a spare walkie-talkie and a couple of other things here. Aluminum fragments are one of those things that's like, you have tons of them, so you stop thinking about them for a while. And then every once in a while, suddenly you don't have any. Yeah, see, I just dismantled a couple of things and no luck. I'm going to leave the kit here, and I'm just going to go steal a few radios from my from the throwaway cars out in the lot. I do have a dry towel. That's not the point. If you dry yourself off with a towel, the sweat's going to come right back if you keep going out there and running around. Here we go. These two cars don't need to have radios. Give me your radio, please. Do we still need a surface? Nah, we don't need a surface. The devs have been back and forth on whether we need a crafting surface to dismantle the radio. There we go. Got some aluminum fragments. Can you post it in the post a link in chat? I've never actually tried with YouTube chat. I know the streamer can post links, so I don't know if viewers can. YouTube is sensitive about that sometimes. There we go. Some spare aluminum fragments. So the electrical stuff I don't really care about can go in there. And we left our kit right here. There we go. Now we can make an aerosol bomb. Okay. And I'm going to leave the extra fragments in there, as well as these 2 cans of hairspray. I don't want to, like... See, you can find a lot of cans of hairspray. I don't recommend carrying them all around with you, though, because that can get heavy. Hairspray is like 0.8 encumbrance each, so that can add up quickly if you start carrying around lots of them. Alright, kit comes with us. Aerosol bomb goes into the bomb bag. Actually, that was a little preemptive. I want to put a trigger on it first. Make remote trigger. And add remote trigger to bomb. There we go. So now we have a total of 3 remote aerosol bombs. That goes in the other bag. There we go. So in total, our fortune of bombs is 3 smoke bombs, 3 aerosol bombs, 4 firecrackers. Now, smoke bombs, what do? Very niche use case scenario. What it does is it cuts off zombies' line of sight from you. So let's just say that there's a big group of zombies coming at me down this road right here, and I throw a smoke bomb at them right here. The smoke bomb it covers like 3x3 tiles. So I would have to throw it like right here, and it would cover this entire corner. And what would happen is all those zombies would immediately lose line of sight of me. Some of them would just immediately start standing still because they would lose aggro. But the rest of them would lose line of sight of me, so I could turn this corner and then make a couple of other turns, and nobody would know that I went around the corner. So, like I said, it's a highly, highly niche use case scenario. Kind of hard to actually make it useful. I prefer to just use big buildings and go around them, just like we did just earlier. So, it's a little hard to make them useful, but I'll carry around a couple just in case. If I happen to see a position that may actually benefit from it. Yeah, let's go ahead and sleep early. We're going to sleep early. We'll get an early start tomorrow morning. So I'm a restless sleeper, which means after halfway through the night, I basically wake up and I have to screw around again for a bit. So the screwing around tonight shall revolve around... we should probably optimize... we should bring the trailer with us. As for what we should put in it, that's an open question. I don't want to actually fill it all the way up. So let's load up the trailer, but not all the way up, because you see, I kind of want to be able to transport stuff that I find in the field. If you post the second half of the URL, I can post the full URL myself. It's like I said, there's only so much you can do when YouTube doesn't let you post links. An immigrant URL is, hang on. Go to one of my posts here. Oh, here, okay, this is actually relevant. Somebody in chat was asking about blacksmithing. So if you go to one of your posts, it gives you the second half of the URL here. I will share this if anybody wants to see it. This is a rather large image that I made that shows you a flowchart of how to get into blacksmithing, advanced blacksmithing. It's a little bit bonkers. But yeah, I posted a link to that in the chat if anybody's interested. There's so much stuff you have to go through. Having memorized all of it has actually left me in a very weird position where when I try to explain it, I have to reverse engineer my understanding of it. Alright, there we go. Now I'm just going to drive the ambulance into the base. And we can load it up with stuff that will be relevant in the short term. Let's go ahead and cut the engine. What is going to be relevant in the short term? Let's just take all 12 of these torches. Because that is that's 12 burned wrecks so that we can just immediately get out of the way. So that's helping us because there's going to be several traffic jams that's going to block us as we get closer to Louisville. We already have a pipe wrench in the field kit of the ambulance, so I don't have to think about that. How about ammo? Yeah, ammo is an easy bet. We've currently got in the ambulance, we've got a carton of 12 gauge, as well as like 3/4 of a carton of loose boxes. 38 special, we don't need that. We need 357 Magnum. 357 Magnum is the new caliber they added to replace 223. On the whole, I don't dislike it. I absolutely abhor what they did to the meta for rifles. But there's nothing we can do about that. That's the direction the devs want to go, apparently. If you're not familiar, rifles are now... If you want to use a long-distance rifle, the MSR 700 or MSR 788, you have... Both of them only have 20 bullets to every box of ammo. So you are forced to use an ammo that is harder to get large amounts of. So in total, what that results in, over the long term, you're doing a lot less long-distance shooting. Just, you know, in general, because like one of the long distance calibers that we've been using here is 7.62 by 51 millimeters. If I open this box, I get 20 bullets. Compare that to if I open the... well, I'm going to open a carton first. A carton is 12 boxes, so I'm going to open this carton here. and I'm going to put 11 of the boxes back in. And then I'm going to open this box of 357 Magnum, and look at that, I get 50 bullets. We used to have 223 was a 50 bullet box. So we used to be able to do long distance shooting with the 223 with 50 bullets to a box, but that has been nerfed now. So I don't know. I don't like that. I genuinely despise that, and I crashed out about it on Steam in one of the discussion threads because everybody's talking about, oh, what do you think about the new caliber of ammo, 357? And I'm like, it's not that bad. I like it. The 357, that's what we used earlier. It's great. This is just the M625 using a different caliber. The stats are basically the same. I don't dislike it, but I wish we hadn't... It's the other changes that I have a problem with. Lots of problems with it. But it's alright, I'm not going to sit here and cry about it. I'm just going to make the best of it as we can. So we're still just focusing on the ambulance itself. We haven't had to... Yeah, we can do it like this. We'll actually carry around a couple boxes of 357 in our main backpack, as well as we're going to pry open this carton of 762, and we're going to take 2 boxes with us and put the remaining back in. We don't have to do that with 12 gauge because we've already got 7 loose boxes and then the carton. So all in all, what I would like to do is grab another carton of... Let's just grab 1 more carton of all 3 of our major calibers. So that's another carton of 357, another carton of 12 gauge, another carton of 762, and we're going to load that into the trailer. Now remember, the trailer is going to get detached at the first sign of danger because I can't maneuver the ambulance very, very effectively with it. So when we start seeing large amounts of zombies, I'm just going to pull the trailer off, come back for it later. There's no point in putting myself at risk by carrying it around if I don't need it immediately. Now these cartons of 762, they're lighter weight, so that is a trade-off. But the amount of boxes of ammo that you find over the long term is still the same. So we can put 2 cartons of that, and these 2 cartons are still going to be less than half of what we're getting out of this single carton of 357. So just keep that in mind. This 1 carton of 357 will get us at least 10% more bullets than these 2 cartons of 762. It's so stupid. I hate it. I hate it. But whatever. We're not going to cry about it anymore, right? Hey, Hassan, how's it going? Yes, I did notice we've got a pretty high viewer count for a Monday. Shout out. Appreciate everybody joining in. We're just getting situated here, and we're going to deploy pretty early today. I'm just going to fast forward probably until about 2 a.m. or so, and I'm going to start the morning. We need to make some coffee tomorrow, and then we're going to go. I don't need to take another carton of 9mm, even though I do regularly carry my 9 with me as a... I always bring out the 9 when I have a lot of targets coming at me that I can't hit with a shotgun because they're not clustered enough. So that's when I use the 9 for regular targets and not too large of quantities. That's what the 357 is for. But we do not need a carton of 9mm because I'm going to be real with you guys. We're kind of taking advantage of a bit of an exploit here. It's been a problem for well over an entire build, and the devs have done nothing about it. So, you know what? We're just going to use it. So the 9mm magazines do not change weight when you load bullets into them. So these 50 loaded 9mm magazines only weigh 10 encumbrance, and yet we've got about 750 shots in these 50 magazines. So yeah, I'm exploiting the absolute hell out of that right now because there's many reasons, but I mean mostly I've been miserable over the past couple of months with this game. Vehicle trunks were nerfed heavily when 42.13 came out, and the devs did nothing to fix that. They didn't bother hot fixing it. So yeah, it's a bit of give and take there. Just a little bit of give and take. We don't really have anything else useful to do. We're about ready to go. Let's just double check our kit. We've got, in our main kit, we've got 3 spare magazines, all first aid that I would need. You know what? Let's top up our first aid kit. I did recently sustain an injury that was entirely preventable due to a sheer skill issue. I did take a vehicle collision, and That was silly. I shouldn't have done that. So there's a replacement alcohol wipes. Our lighter is good. Spare battery. I always carry around 2 bandages, not 1. Backup foods. Our whetstone is more or less all right. You know what? We probably have a fresh one here. Surely we have a fresh whetstone here. Yes? No? Maybe? Maybe not. Next time I see one, I'll grab one. Forceps, suture needle. I recently learned the value of that. Okay, so we actually, when we took that vehicle collision, we got glass embedded in our right forearm, and I was terrified when I saw that because I thought we would need tweezers to pull that out. But no, if you have forceps, you can not only do suture needles better. You can do sutures better if you have forceps. You can also use the forceps to pull glass out of your arm. So that was a very important thing that I learned. I suppose we could just make the coffee now. I was talking about making coffee. We should have a couple of mugs, I think. I should always have a spare set of mugs somewhere. That would be a skill issue if I didn't. What about in the regular kit? Where did I put that? It's probably in the second wave vehicle. This is a kit that usually, this one right here, Bravo B Delta. This is for, got another full case of caffeine pills. I can top this up. Yeah. Oops, not unwanted. Hell no. Set it unfavored. There we go. A full set of caffeine pills. Now, caffeine pills are actually stronger than coffee in this universe. I'm a person who takes caffeine pills in real life. I used to be a barista at Starbucks, but now I am I completely bypass coffee. I just go straight to the caffeine now. But, oh, I don't have my mugs out here. What the hell's going on? What the hell am I doing with my life? Now, I know I have one empty mug that is in my kit, but maybe that's the thing I forgot. There's always something. There's always something I forget. And maybe this time it was the empty mugs. I can literally make my own if I had clay working infrastructure here, but I don't. The nearest clay working infrastructure is Muldra, and I'm not going back there right now. Yeah, we're just gonna have to deal with it. There's an entire coffee shop here in West Point, and you know what? You know what? I might just go steal some mugs from the coffee shop. Yeah, that is one thing that you're always gonna find in a coffee shop. Coffee is not guaranteed in a coffee shop in this universe. In this universe, you could go to a coffee shop and not find any coffee. But you'll almost always find mugs, though. Alright, so there's one coffee. What I like to do is I like to have coffee with a billion spices in it to make me happy and to remove unhappiness, remove boredom, remove stress, remove fatigue, all that stuff. I like to carry around some of those, but then I also like to have some that I can just drink that is not spruced up. So all these herbs that we got here are stuff that we grew ourselves back at the beginning of this year. It's currently winter, 1994. In spring, we harvested a whole bunch of flowers and stuff and dried them out on the racks. And now we can add things like lavender petals and rose petals. Sounds a little goofy, but it makes your character happy when you drink a beverage with that. So that qualifies as a spruced up beverage. Put that in my satchel. So now, like I said, I want to brew a little bit more coffee, but I don't have any more mugs. So we're going to go steal some mugs. We should be able to do that. There actually were not that many zombies by the coffee shop here in town. I'm just going to take the Corvette for this. It's a perfect task for the fast and lightweight vehicle. I should have probably used this when we did the barbershop heist. You can tell I need new headlights on this Corvette. The headlights are basically useless. I also don't understand its handling very well. Probably could use some air in the tires. Alright, here it is, Seahorse Coffee. We didn't see anybody on this side of town, so we might get lucky here. Not run into any interference. Look at that, mugs. Mugs upon mugs. I'm going to be very embarrassed if I find coffee here, because I can't remember if I actually looted this place or not. Okay, I probably didn't loot this place, because if I had, I would have taken those tea bags. Oh, look at that. Coffee. Yeah, I forgot to loot the coffee shop in West Point. I am an absolute doofus, because I thought I was done with West Point. How can you be done with a place and not loot the coffee shop? Utterly, utterly, utterly terrible. Utterly terrible. Tea is about on par with coffee, but I think coffee is a little stronger in the caffeine department. So yeah, we're gonna have a surplus of mugs now. The problem is, and I can already see this happening, just because I have a lot of mugs right now, I'm gonna put them all in the same place, and then I'm gonna forget about them. It's always how it happens. But you know what? That's okay. That is okay. Make sure we don't have anybody camping the car here. Good. Oh, you know what? While we're here, we can actually give the Corvette new headlights. In this universe, headlights can use any light bulb you can find. So I just got to pull some light bulbs out of these street lights, and our Corvette gets new headlights. And look at that. Look at how bright that is now. That is an order of magnitude brighter. Thanks, KTO. He's being a better YouTuber than I am. Usually I should do the, everybody's stopping by saying hi today. I should be asking everybody to like and subscribe, but I'm bad at that. I'll usually do the YouTuber stuff. Regularly I stream on, speaking of dumb stuff, I don't like hitting zombies with my good vehicles. Off my hood, Sonic. Anyway, yeah, I usually stream on Mondays, on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That's my current schedule. But this week I might be a little bit different because I'm still getting settled into one of my new working arrangements. Same job, but they're having me work on site at a different location. And my in-person days are supposed to be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So when I get settled into that, my schedule will be weighted a little bit. Okay, we can put the Corvette away now. I've had a few people ask me if I would stream on Twitch. I haven't ruled it out, but if I did, it would be in addition to YouTube. So I would do like a whatever the restream thing is these days. There's probably, I'm hoping there's more than one way of going about it. We found ourselves a coffee shop sign, so of course, let's try right there. That looks a little goofy with the propane tanks. Some wall decorations don't layer properly. There we go. Alright, and so I picked up a fire extinguisher because I saw it. I like having fire extinguishers at all of my bases. Fire extinguishers are used to extinguish fire. Fire happens when you use aerosol can bombs. We've had some interesting experiences with those recently. Very interesting experiences with those recently. I'll just leave that there. I'm not interested to recount that. That was a difficult time. Okay, here's the deal. We've got 14 bullets of coffee in here. How about we put 14 empty mugs in there too? Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. We should have some white sugar in with the brown sugar. That will, they count as 2 different ingredients. So you can add both to one coffee, get more happies out of it. This is a bottle of syrup. I imagine it's supposed to be like one of those Starbucks syrups. Like vanilla, sugar-free vanilla. Peppermint, that kind of fun stuff. But there's nothing, the game doesn't have any infrastructure to use it yet. It's just probably just a placeholder asset. We've found another bucket. I'm just going to leave it out here to catch some rain. Okay. I think we have done enough work tonight. So I am going to go back to sleep. As a restless sleeper, we get our second sleep for the night. And then tomorrow morning we will brew up a couple of cups of those coffees. We'll drink one because sleeping early like that is going to leave me... I'll get tired early in the day, and I prefer not to let that happen. So here's our food for today. We've got a large roast. We've also got... Oh, we've got a spare roasting pan, so I can cook something real quick. I would like to use up all the ingredients in my fridge so that everything that I have is currently in my freezers. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. Appreciate the voucher. All right. So we do have a couple leftovers. I'm not gonna think too hard about that. It's gonna be spoiled when I get back, so I'm just gonna toss it out. We've got so much rabbit meat because we keep running into them on the road. When you're level 10 cooking, you have a tendency to create tons of leftovers. And I actually really hate that, but there's nothing I can do about it. So I quite literally just throw it out. As sad as it is to throw something out, especially when I went through the effort of butchering it or harvesting it myself. Yeah, there's you gotta detach yourself a little bit if you're the sentimental type, which I am. All of those herbs that we got in the duffel bag here, the brightly colored duffel bag, that's just basically a bag of herbs from our garden, among other things. And these pumpkin seeds that we got out of the pumpkin we just finished can be used as something to spruce up the salads. So I'll put those in there. And yeah, this roast is really done. I shouldn't have shut the oven off. Alright, now while that's cooking, we'll get the coffee put together. What I'm going to use, I'm not going to use these bullets of coffee that have not been used yet. Rather, I'm going to use this one right here, as well as there should be another one somewhere that has been partially used already. Where did I put it? Huh, maybe I used it up already. Oh no, here it is. Yeah, these have been used up partially. There's also so this is a coffee that has an uneven amount in it. I might just stick that into another one of the coffees. That's fine. So we got to put water in all 4 of those mugs. And then just go over here and brew them all up. Now, one of them I'm going to drink sooner rather than later, but not immediately. When you're a restless sleeper, you usually wake up with something like anywhere between 20 and like 25 fatigue. Sometimes you can get it below 20, but you very rarely ever get it below 20. I used to have a stat bar mod. I don't roll with any mods anymore except for a very simple texture replacement, which is how we have a black backpack. Other than that, that is just a very simple texture replacement mod. But without the stat bar mod, I can't tell I can't actually tell what my fatigue is. It could be anywhere between 20 and like 26. So what I would like to do is wait a little bit before drinking one of those coffees. That will ensure that I don't overuse it. because if you just set your fatigue to 0 by drinking a coffee, coffees do like 24 fatigue, something like that. So it is a little bit better to wait. Maybe I'll wait until like 9 a.m. or something like that. So that is a 70 roast right there. I'm going to take both of the roasts with me. So this 100 roast that we made a couple days ago, we'll eat that first. And then, yeah, we'll be good to go. I'll just hold on to those coffees in my main backpack, yeah. Okay. So, before we leave, I want to double check the generators here. I should have a can of fuel next to each. I don't think I have generator bags for each of them, so we'll take a couple of scrap electronics with us so we can do repairs. Oh, I keep forgetting about this. I had to put the generator up here on the roof, on the top roof. And I do have a generator bag for this one. This one took no condition damage, just needs to top up on the fuel. Imagine if we could go down the ladder. That ladder was already there, so I wouldn't have had to build a stairwell. We don't have such technology yet. Not in this game. That's my Discord, by the way. Sorry. My folks are posting about... Oh, it's my brother's birthday. Hello. Happy birthday, bro. Alright. Okay, yeah, I like everything that I'm seeing here. It is time for the journey to begin. What I'm gonna do now is take my I'm going to take my field kit off. So this is my field kit that I keep on my person. It's got tools that I don't always need to be carrying around, like spare backpacks for looting, entrenching tool for building, jack and tire iron for vehicle stuff. I'm just going to take the whole satchel off and leave the claw hammer in my main backpack, as well as the welding mask, because I do expect we'll be doing a little bit of car deconstruction to get remove obstructions. So... leave those there, and then we're good on water. And yeah, we're good to go. On our way out, after we close the gates, we are checking the other 2 generators, because we have 3 generators here. Why do we have 3 generators? Because we have a ton of freezers. Why do we have a ton of freezers? Because that's the only way to preserve most of the crops you harvest right now. Some things can be dried, but most of the time if you're drying something, it's not going to be something you can turn around and eat. You can dry herbs, you can dry, you can dry other things, but not... Oh, we don't have any spare gas here. We'll siphon it out of the ambulance and top it up. Should have refilled that a little while ago. Same situation with this generator. Not only does it not have a bag, it doesn't even have its own can. So let's go get a can, and we'll siphon out some from our tank, since we're going to go top up the tank. Unfortunately, we have to have the generators spaced out like this, because distance is the only way to make sure that your generators are not crossing over each other. Alright, now we just got to top up the gas tank of the ambulance, seeing as we had to siphon out of it. Those generators will be good for probably about a week and a half. I usually try to make sure that I'm back at base, you know, anywhere I have a generator running. I definitely always make sure that I return to base to babysit the generators before 2 weeks. Usually before 1 week, but 2 weeks is like the hard cutoff. All right, there we are. Down the old road we go. So this road is going to have some Zeds on it. Possibly not too many. This is a perfect scenario to do some sniping. And I talked about this earlier, and then I completely forgot about it. But we should replace our MSR 788 right now, because our MSR 788 is taking some damage. So we're just going to stop by really quick, grab another MSR 788 for some hunting, so that we can shoot Zeds from a nice, comfortable long distance. So here is the MSR 788 in my rifle bag. As you can see, it's like half integrity. We got a replacement, 2 replacements, but we just need 1. First, I gotta take the upgrades off of the other one. Put the upgrades on the new one. And then just unload the old one. Rack the round out. And leave the old one here as a decoration, along with the others. And the new one gets some bullets. Alright, we're good to go. I'm going to shut the lights off. It's always a healthy thing to do. I'm not too worried about fuel consumption because it's even across my 3 generators, but you know what? This is good practice. And now we're off, finally. Now I want a clean supply route from this base to wherever we end up settling down, so I will probably go out pretty far out of my way to clear anybody off of the road who decides to appear in it. The American Tire here is normally a bit of a hot spot. I'm perfectly okay with it if it's not... Ah, here it is. There they are. They decided to spawn on this side today. And this is where rifles become a great source of enjoyment for me. Out of the road, sir. One to the right. This right here, this is what got nerfed as of the latest build. Because the total number of bullets in the game that can do this, that can get slung out at 8 times range, that is what has been reduced significantly. It used to be that we had 1 caliber that was 20 bullets to a box, and 1 caliber that was 50 bullets to a box. But now, we only have 2 calibers that are 20 bullets to a box. I hate it, but you know what? I'll enjoy it while I can. Oh, did you? I don't even remember if I still have it open. Cool. I'll pull it up at some point. Hello. We have incoming. Out of the road. Favorite part of the rifle is being able to nail them before they enter the road. So I double tapped him because the crosshair stayed red after the initial shot. You're new to the new aiming system, the B42 aiming system. Your crosshair turns red when it can hit a target. That's that statement right there. That's the fundamental statement. You don't always know exactly what target it's going to hit. It does not always end up being whichever one you're aiming at. For example, if I aim in this direction, the crosshair is turned red. That's because I'm aiming at my ambulance. Be very, 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 very careful with this new aiming system. You can end up shooting things that you really don't want to shoot, such as the light bar of your ambulance, which is one of the hardest things to repair. Alright, this is why we brought the welding torches. Now, what we could do in this situation, and probably I should do, but what we could do is just take the railroad tracks. That's what a lot of players do. And that's what I did on Annie. We have evolved since then. I do believe I'm going to be taking the main road here. Let's open another box of that 762. Already got to. We've already exhausted what we opened earlier. Hello. So, 12 torches. Is that going to be enough? Let's actually get a head count. This one might get up. This is a collision event. If he was going to get up, that would usually wake him up. I'll take his wallet. Alright, it looks like 2, 4, 6, 8, 12. We could use all 12 torches and clear one side of it completely. Now these, whatchamacallits, these vehicles are kind of hard to move sometimes. Other times they're not that hard. Hey! I don't want you in the forest, thank you very much. You can tow the Rex, yes. It's just really, really, really slow. Hello, on my 6. No entry to the road. Thank you very much. That tells me that there's probably a few in these trees. There's Zeds and then there are trees. But yes, we can tow the Rex. It's just that towing the Rex even with an ambulance is... I'll show you. I'll show you exactly what I mean. I will try to tow a few of the Rex, and it's not even that you can't tow the Rex, it's that towing them a short distance is easy. Towing them a long distance is very, very annoying. And like this one, for example, that's like clipping into the median. I don't know if we can even can tow that one. I'll start with this one because it's at least there's nothing blocking it. Yeah, no, we have done that once. That was we made a wall of cars to funnel them into a shotgun kill corridor. That was actually pretty fun. But as you can see, what happens even when we tow in reverse, we bottom out relatively quickly. Now with this one, I can off-road it over here, and it's out of the way. But where do I put the rest of them, right? I have to, do I just tug them slowly? Just pull back, tug, pull back, tug. For everything on that bridge, that's going to get tedious really fast. I'm not interested in doing that for the next 30 minutes. But we'll see what we can get away with first, and then we'll just weld apart the rest of them. I have no idea what's going to happen when I try to hook this one up. I feel like it'll either work, maybe nothing will happen, or maybe it'll go flying. There's still some Gmod physics at play here. Wow, look at that. It just decided to nudge itself. Okay, fair enough. Oh, look at that. We can actually maintain some semblance of speed. Out of the road, please. Oh, you're dead. Okay. Damn it. Just, it's the trees, man. The zombies have signed a non-aggression pact with the trees. Trees block my vision and I can't see them. Y'all wanted your plants versus zombies. This is plants and zombies versus people here. Let's just see if we catch any eyes back here. Getting a little sick of them wandering out of there, but... You see, I'd prefer they just all come out at once, but even with a gunshot, sometimes it just takes them forever to get through. The tow truck is definitely from a mod. There are no tow trucks in the base game, even though there should be. There really should be tow trucks in the vanilla game here. So this, compare all that what we just did, compare it to how easy it will be to tow this blue car right here. Like I'm just gonna nudge this out of the way, but it's gonna be like 20 times easier than these silly burned wrecks. Probably because it still has tires. I mean, that makes sense. And I do see Karen over there. Alright, so we managed to tow the first two out of the way. But this is where it's going to start getting more and more annoying with each car. These guys are coming from, like, where the fence is. Yeah. Howdy, partner. Dead set in the middle of the road. Hey, maybe he'll walk all the way out. Hello! Incoming. Don't zoom out too far and stay zoomed out. It's the same thing if you're playing a sniper in a first-person shooter. Don't stay scoped in for too long. And there's another one. You'd think a fast shambler like this one would have made their way through the forest already. But no, they just gotta drip feed themselves. We're not done yet. See, each time I shoot, I'm probably bringing some of them closer and closer. That's why I tried to check back here on the tracks, and well, we didn't see nothing at the time, but that doesn't mean much now, does it? They'll hide somewhere, and then they'll come out when it's least convenient for us. Now, if I was willing to accept the bare minimum, I could just do half of these cars and make a small drivable path. I'm not that kind of guy. I like to do... I'm going to try to do at least one side of this road. At least this way we won't have to use all 12 torches at once. Yeah, they always migrate. I'm not a fan of the random zombie movements. They happen even when you're out of the area. All right, so we're down to 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 torches. That'll leave us with a few spares. Alright, we have our mask on us. Let's just go ahead and bring up the trailer. The other car on the other side, the black car there, I will tow it out the opposite direction. Yeah, I don't like the woods. Not a fan, personally. Alright, not bad at all. Now, I'm not even going to bother taking any of the metal up from these piles yet. It's very useful, but we don't have a lot of storage space for it. The vehicle we have right now is not designed for picking up loot, nor is the trailer, really. The trailer's got more ammo in it. The trailer is basically soft ammo storage at the moment. I said I was going to tow this forward, but there's not a very easy way around. It's going to be easier to just tow it backwards. I have no idea. I don't think the cold makes your animals sickly. I've had chickens outdoor in sub-zero weather. They've never complained about it. But then again, I don't use hutches. If I can get away with not using hutches, I will. I would sooner build an indoor room inside my base, like, you know, heated inside the base with a full-on door for my chickens than use the hutch system, because I hate everything about the hutch system as it currently is. Everything about it, I hate it. I will avoid the hutch system in every way I humanly can. Up to and including just not using chickens. I'll literally just stop using chickens if hutches are the only way to use them. But there we go. We've got a supply line that's more or less clean there. This road is subject to randomized spawns, so it's clear for me, but it might be busy for you. We got targets on the left there. So this is why I don't like carrying around the trailer unless I absolutely have to. Can't back up cleanly. At least not with any semblance of speed. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those systems that doesn't belong in the game until there's an NPC to do it for you. That is my humble opinion of the hutch system. If I had an NPC who would just open and close the hutch for me at the correct time every day, sure, why not? But I don't, and I won't for years, literal in real life years. So it doesn't belong in the game yet, but it's still in the game because, well, that's just what the devs have chosen to do, I guess. I don't hate them. I'm not even mad at them. I'm just sometimes I'm very baffled by their decisions. Got a biker zombie there. Maybe worthy to look at him. So it looks like we're getting more targets from the left. I may fall back if they keep coming from the left, but I want to have a clean flank as much as I can. Yeah, there's another from the left. I should not have taken 3 swipes. What's going on here? It's going to be a long night, isn't it? Come on, out of the road. See, now they're coming around the side of my ambulance, and therefore I have to be very careful I don't accidentally shoot my ambulance. Constantly checking my 6 because just because we don't have anybody else coming from the left right now, that doesn't mean anything to me. I can't verify that my 6 is secure, so we're gonna keep checking it. Definitely getting the beginnings of the gas station horde here. Oh yeah, I can already see the gravel, and there's the curve. So yeah, this is the beginnings of the gas station horde. Never mind. I thought she was still alive. We're getting into the stink zone here. I'm gonna put my mask up. Scarf. Convert it from a scarf to a bandana over the face. I love Shemaz. The idling of my ambulance engine is actually enough to capture the attention of the low attention span zombies over here. They literally don't care about my gunshots.
Hey!
What the hell? Auto target betrayed me. And that is, we're out of 762 again. I'm just going to drop the rifle. Make me more lightweight. Right, there's another rifle box ready. In a perfect world, I would have shut the ambulance off, but I actually, when I parked it, I didn't realize that we were going to be fighting a small skirmish there. It's definitely not over. I have a feeling that if I get out right now, start shooting again, I'm predicting more targets from the south and from the left, because they probably still are back there somewhere. I mean, if we had some further back, then we probably do here as well. The field to the north there, nothing surprising about that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Missed a few back here. At least 3 in the field up there. This guy. This fucking guy. Me zombie. Me going to middle of road. You hear him? It almost sounded like he said, road. The way they just pop out of the trees. May you never have to deal with line of sight in a Project Zomboid winter. In other games, you would think winter would make the cold more deadly, no? In this game, it's trees that you should be able to see around that you can't. Because in winter, all the leaves disappear and it makes the trees look way skinnier, and you assume you should be able to see around them, but you can't. The line of sight system doesn't account for the fact that the trees are just a bare trunk. I don't want to sound elitist, but I do want to kind of make it's probably because not enough people actually survive until winter. The devs are going to prioritize what people complain about. And if not enough people survive until winter to notice problems like that, then they don't hear enough, squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? The people who post a lot about things on Reddit. I do know the devs will... Yeah, you complain about something on Reddit enough and it gets enough updates through, the devs will definitely look into that. Looks like the north doesn't have as much action right now. How about south? Whenever you get to this section of highway, I do very much enjoy this barrier right here. Observe. When this guy flips over the barricade because he's chasing us. Oh shit. Careful with that. So the barricade is it blocks your movement right there. So yeah, be very careful with that. Alright. All these guys, we can convince them to flip over the barricade and become easy targets. As long as we don't get shot from the north, or flanked from the north, rather. Come on. Right on over. In terms of vulnerability to gunfire, a zombie is never more vulnerable than when they flip their bad selves over a low fence of some kind. On the counterpoint, it takes forever sometimes for them to do it. No, don't go on the road. We're out of fucking ammo again. Out of ammo again. Down goes the rifle. Alright, we're doing this short range. Let's go. Ammo check for 357. 61 in the bandolier. When it gets below 50, we can open another box. You know what? I like her bandana. I do. Very rarely do I loot zombies these days, but if I see something I like, I'm gonna grab it. Lots of slow ones here. I wonder if all the fast ones already made it out of here. So that is a sports car in the parking lot there. Not the kind I usually like. That is also a D6. Probably not going to be too useful, but we'll see. There's the fast shamblers. They must be from different groups. See, sometimes zombies will hear a noise, like a gunshot, and, like, go in a plus or minus 30-degree direction towards it. So this zombie right here, she's moving because she heard our gunshot. She was just so unbelievably wrong about the direction that she had to go in that she ended up all the way down there. I guess we can't fault her for having messed up ears. After all, it's been, how long has it been? 1 year, 4 months, 24 days since the apocalypse began. Probably a little bit of decay going on there. Of course, the fact that any of these things are still moving. I always speculate that I find it very enjoyable that the devs have not ruled out a supernatural explanation for the zombies. That makes it more interesting to me, because normally zombie media is... when they try to make it more scientific, they struggle really hard, because at the end of the day, these things should not still be moving after a year without any sort of nutrition or, you know, anything like that. There's only so many people to eat. Are they going to eat each other? Come on, flip over that. There you are. The devs have changed a little bit about the way they flip over fences. Sometimes they don't take the path of least resistance, and it starts looking random. If there's a corner, I've noticed they like corners for some reason, but there's no corners to this fence, so it's a little harder to predict. So, coming up here, we've got the gas station to the right there. I may or may not make a small base there. Up here on the right is the strip club. It's got an actually pretty wide open interior, but I don't know if I would ever make a base there. There's a small part of me that wants to make a base there just for the hell of it. But if nothing else, I do have to secure the gas station so that I have a gas station. So we will have to get started on this side. I'm not beyond it. I might do it. Let's see what these vehicles have to offer us. Dead batteries, almost 100. Yeah, almost 100% chance of dead batteries. Ooh, this may be a survivor vehicle. So this one might not have a dead battery. Let's take a look. Would you look at that? It does not have a dead battery. There was like a 3% chance of this happening. Hell yeah. You got the keys? Hey, bud. Excuse me, do you have the keys to that car? You seem to have an issue. He does not have the keys to the car. Are the keys on the floor? Sometimes they are. Not always guaranteed. There is a possibility we could find the keys in one of the containers in the building. There's also a possibility it was on one of the many zombies we've wiped out. And I'm not going to be going through every single one of them. You know what? Alright, I'll do it. So if we want to forage, we are going to need to take the mask off our face. Nobody cared who I was till I took off the mask. And it's a little dark, so flashlight on. And foraging, search, focus, trash. Bunch of garbage in there. I'll go inside later. Right now I just want to peek the area around the vehicular device. Probably harder. And most importantly, if you go in the sandbox settings and you just turn the zombies to be harder, not a lot of people think about the second order effects of that. Zombies are obstacles to overcome. That's really all they are. If you come up with goals, then zombies are usually just going to be environmental obstacles to that goal. So if you're just trying to turn up the challenge, making zombies harder to deal with it doesn't feel like the right way to do it. That's just my take. I'm sure some people out there really love their 16 times population Louisville Sprinters, but it's not my thing. All right, I'm just gonna smash it. I don't really care. It's one window. I don't like it, but I'll do it. So let's take his ammo. Sue Hardman. That's a legit name. That's a very legit name. This guy had a machete, but it's dull. I can easily fix that. Yeah, 762. I'm actively using that. Same with 357. This battery's almost dead. Definitely not taking it with me. Alright, so whenever I have a place that I want to turn into a safe house, start by extracting all the containers. Now, this would be a situation where I would really like to have one of my medical beds with me, but I think I might have actually forgotten to put one in the trailer. And that is a tragedy in and of itself, because that's quite literally what I have them for. For just putting together a quick place to sleep. I like how these bathrooms don't even have a proper sink, just a water fountain. Alright, I, like the genius that I am, I probably left my stupid ambulance running, so we're gonna go pick that up. I have this really bad habit of getting out of the ambulance and just completely forgetting that it exists. Nice to be able to reload one of my weapons with locally sourced ammo. Yeah, we parked all the way back here. It just, sometimes it's a crawl, and sometimes you can get in and get out and get in and get out. Sometimes the game is fun just for the sandboxing. I mean, I could throw away hours upon hours just building a base using stuff that I stole from local stuff. I won't do that, like, you know, today. We're not gonna. Today is not necessarily gonna be a base building stream, but sometimes I do those. Yeah, nothing but combat equipment here. We don't even have any welding rods. I can't even use the locally sourced. We've actually got a lot of steel bars and steel rods right here. Carpentry level 10, dismantle the nearest picnic bench, and you're going to come away with a bunch of steel bars and steel rods. But without welding rods, specifically welding rods, I can't turn those into barricades. So all these windows right here are basically just wide open points of access at the moment. So what I might do is I might actually, well, we got lucky and found a survivor vehicle. That is significant. What I'm going to do actually is probably use that as I'm going to use that as a throwaway vehicle to go back to base, and then I can come back from base with one of my other vehicles that are fully loaded with equipment, and we can use this area as a waypoint. We do not have a lot of fresh water to work with here. We've got these 2 sinks, and that's it. I do not use toilet water, ever. We have standards here. Absolute standards. We will never be in such a situation where toilet water must be resorted to. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So, let's... We'll just leave the trailer here. It's fine. The trailer's got... It's half full with very useful stuff. And the ambulance stays. Hot dog machine needs to go somewhere later. Just drop that here. See, if I'm going to be staying here, then I have no need to take too much back with me. Or rather, if I'm going to be making a waypoint base here, which I am, even if I do end up making a base up at the strip club, which I haven't ruled out, I might do that. But for now, we're going to just leave anything that we don't need for the trip home. Even the roasting pan. I'd rather have it here than back at West Point. I may get thirsty on the trip home, so we will obviously refill our water bottle. So we've got... I'm doing a quick head count of knobs and hinges for critical doors. So we've got 3 critical doors to replace. And critical just means it's an entry point, right? I don't care about internal doors. Couldn't pay me to. Yeah, we've got all the necessary doors and hinges and knobs for that. In fact, we've got more than we need, which is great. So I do not need to bring any spares back with me. So the way I'm going to play it now is we're going to return to base before we sleep. We're going to sleep at base. After we sleep at base, we're going to come back here with necessary materials to get this place fixed up. And the vehicle that we take to come back with us is going to be one of the ones that's loaded up with board materials. So this vehicle we've sourced locally, I'm going to take the intact window and put it on the left. Always make sure you have a strong window on the driver's side if you're going to be driving a vehicle, because then Zeds are programmed to go to the driver's side window. So if there's a window there, they can't immediately grab you. This thing's got a terrible engine, so it's basically no valuable to me. No value, rather. Engine quality is something I care about most when it comes to vehicles these days. It's a deceptive stat because most people will look at the green engine condition number and see that they can fix that up and be like, oh, that's great. No, 100% condition engine, if it has a very bad engine quality, it'll still fail to start, like, sometimes as much as 50% of the time. It's kind of silly. We actually do have a fair bit of room in the trunk of this thing. I'm tempted to just pick up some stuff and toss it in there. Yeah, just some stuff. I mean, if for no other reason than the fact that this truck has a trunk that can be repaired to the maximum percentage as opposed to anything that spawned in on the previous patch. So it makes sense to me to just fill up the trunk with whatever we can find right now. I'm prioritizing steel sheets and small steel sheets, iron pipes, steel bars, steel rods. I should also be taking spare engine parts, but I'm going to save those, bring them forward, so that if I find a really nice engine vehicle out in the field, I'll be able to fix it up. See, right now we're going back to West Point. I'm only taking stuff that I'm not really concerned about immediately needing. Engine parts would be a little sooner needed than any of the other stuff that I just loaded up. Alright, so this thing is completely full of slightly lower priority stuff. This is full of extra generators. Extra in addition to what's already on the floor over there. Let's go ahead and sleep right now so that we don't put it off any further. Alright. So on the ground right here, we've got a bunch of duffel bag gates. And those are bags full of materials that can build a gate like these. I love these gates. I highly recommend them to anybody who wants to build a nice custom base. These gates allow you to see through them. And they do, as counterintuitive as it might be, they do count as making an area indoors. So even if you're building a custom base, these do count as walls to make your place be considered indoors. There's a couple of other weird factors to consider when trying to make sure that a place is considered indoors. But it's not, whatever the problem is, whenever that comes up, it's not going to be gates like these. These are fine. We've built several custom bases. The one I'm most proud of is our Riverside base. If I pulled that up here, I'm always happy to show off my Riverside base. It is a work of art, in my humble opinion. This is a view of the exterior. We have double gates on all 4 sides, so we've got 4 ways in and out of the base. And here's an interior shot. So we've got our workshop to the north, kitchen to the left, armory to the right. Armory in terms of both tailor and clothing armor, and gunnery in the crates. And then never really figured out what to do with the south. We got a bedroom there, but also a workout space and whatnot. Lots of room for crops. You could not pay me to care about agriculture anymore for the short term. That's a lot of work. That is a lot of work, trying to preserve your harvest especially. But yeah, these gates right here, absolute Kino, best in slot. Love it. Now about those busted windows at the place that I want to turn into a safe house. There's a few ways we could go about fixing that. I've recently learned that steel sheets aren't enough. Steel sheets are definitely not enough. They don't cover the whole front. Now, okay, functionally they're enough, but we don't just do functional here. We do fashion too. Absolutely. And because of that, what? Nothing really. We're taking one of these beds. That's an easy win, because these beds are mobile and easy to move around. I don't have my spare backpacks with me. Of course I don't. This is what happens when I carry around a large gun. I don't have room for my kit. Okay, yeah, the carrier bag here. Thank you for spare backpacks. We came out of the military research facility with a ton of these. So here's how I'm going to play this. One of these we're going to carry a whole ass generator in, because we can do that. That is the power of being organized. That one doesn't have fuel. Hang on. Let's take one that actually has fuel. There we go. So I've got a generator I just picked up. What I'm going to do first is put it in one of these containers. Ideally one that actually has room for it. Yeah, there we go. So I'm going to put the generator in the container really quick, and then I'm going to put one of these backpacks back in my hands. And then I'm going to take the generator out of the container and put it into the backpack. I have to drop some weight to do that, so let's drop the rifle. Now I'm going to try that again. There we go. Generator in a handbag. Love it. It's glorious. Anticlimactic as it is, I'm probably just going to put, yeah, I'm just going to use lumber to board up the windows. It's cheap, it's easy, and it works. Not that pillow, damn it. Wrong pillow. I need this pillow here. I should already have rope bundles in the truck. Yes, I already have 2 rope bundles and a pillow in the truck. So the truck is set. some of these gate bags don't have scrap metal in them. That's easily solved, but that's a problem. They're supposed to be everything I need to build a gate in them. So, yeah, okay, that's no problem. Okay, never mind. We're not gonna take gate bags yet. That's okay. We can live without gate bags for the immediate moment. Okay. So, bite to eat, and we'll get our second sleep. And then we will deploy back to secure the gas station so that we have not just a fallback place, but also a source of fuel that's a little closer. Oh, you're talking about my current spot? Yeah, I do love this current spot. It's mostly the fact that we've got a garage entrances here. Even if you don't sledgehammer your way to make a drivable path straight through it, even if you don't do that, this is still a pretty good spot. All these crates were just already here when I got here. They were full of stuff like iron ingots, which are useful for blacksmithing. You can turn an iron ingot into a sledgehammer head once you get to high-level blacksmithing. Because we're not already loaded up enough. A couple of gas cans can't hurt. Yeah. The gates to the south there, some people like fences. Some people like fences. I don't like fences as much, especially now that zombies attack them. But they're still useful for, especially, thankfully, now we can at least hear them if there's a zombie nearby and they're attacking it. I can at least hear that. We don't have a lot of room to stop and pick anything up now. We have, like, very, very, very little room. I will mostly focus on steel sheets. Yes. We actually should have taken some steel sheets with us. Small steel sheets at the very least. Small steel sheets we can turn into metal doors. There we go. 4 steel rods would make a linchpin set of materials to build a metal staircase. Now, do you really need metal to build a staircase out of? Not really, but if I want to. Yeah, 2. Oh, there's no rods left. Right, of course. No. We also have more at our destination. I should do well not to forget that we have a bunch of steel rods at our destination. Yeah, we're good for the moment. Military backpack with the generator goes right here. And the one with the bed goes inside. stuff we're carrying. Of course, we don't have any welding rods, so we actually can't build any doors. What else is new? I'm an idiot. I am very much an idiot. That's okay. I forgive me. So we have a propane tank here. It is not quite full, so it's not going to refill all these torches. A full propane tank, 100% full, is equal to about 7 torches. So I'm going to try 4 and see how much we get out of this one. Just a guess. And 4 full torches, so let's try a 5th, see how far we get. Yeah, 5th torch did not fill up all the way. So we've exhausted the propane tank, and these torches that are not full can get left behind because you need a full torch in order to do a get rid of a car, a burned car. I've said this before, but it bears repeating that torches are more efficient ways to transport propane than tanks. It's a little deceptive because when you realize you get many refills per tank, you're tempted to believe that the tank is actually going to be, you know, faster to bring more tanks. And no, not really. The tanks have 5.0 encumbrance worth of dead weight, and that dead weight is something you could be carrying something else on. See, if you think about it like this, a full propane tank weighs 10.0 encumbrance, and it can refill 7 torches. 7 torches, all full, only weighs 7.0 encumbrance. So if you're trying to transport large amounts of propane from A to B, having a lot of torches and just filling them all up is a more efficient way of doing it. Now, is that realistic? Probably not. I feel like, realistically speaking, propane torches could probably do... well, actually, I've heard some people who actually know how to weld. They've complained about this game's representation of welding, so I'm not actually sure if it's even worth it fully fleshing out all the weird problems with it. We're just picking these up and then dropping them so they're out of the way. The fossil sign is on the wall there, but it doesn't show up for some reason unless we highlight it like that. Don't know what's going on there. It was working fine just a couple of builds ago. I guess they might have changed what layer it gets applied to. These beige wall shelves are actually pretty jacked. They have the same amount of storage as a counter, when shelves of most other type in this game have less than half the storage of a counter. So these beige wall shelves, probably the devs probably just haven't nerfed them yet. That's probably the case. Until they nerf them, though. Pretty useful. We used to be able to move these magazine racks. We can't anymore. Those are there up and until I sledgehammer them. I don't know if I will. They're not necessarily in the way here. So, as much as I would love to do metal doors, I think I need welding rods for those. Yep, I need welding rods, and I didn't bring any because I have very few welding rods. Like, those are a wear item that you can't make. So if you do a lot of welding, you're constantly going through rods, you can't make more, you can only loot them. So... yeah, of all the things I could have brought, there's a good reason not to have worried too much about welding rods. But let's go ahead and get the generator deployed and get the windows boarded up. I think I'm just gonna deal with having doors that are made out of wood. I don't really like the aesthetic of the wooden doors in this game. They look a little ugly. I would much prefer the metal doors, but Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put the necessary materials to make a wooden door. And then I'll move forward a little bit, see if I can find some rods. So that can reach one of the white industrial fridges from here. And all 6 pumps. Okay, good to know. We don't need it running right now. We don't need to refuel anything, but what that tells me is that only this fridge right here is actually reachable. So anything beyond that fridge does not get hit by the generator. That probably means the lights don't let's try that again. Let's turn this on, try the lights. I think these lights are going to be out of range. Oh, look at that. They're not out of range. Excellent. This main light switch, the floor lights right here, this main light switch is the most important one. That is a pretty weak switch, but at least it's not in sledge territory. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. So I'm going to start by just disassembling these picnic tables. We should net an average of 4 planks for each one. Unless we fail the 100% chance there's a 100% chance of successful deconstruction. But somehow we can still fail that. So there's 4. One of these is going to give us 3 in a scrap. I just know. I just know. Yeah, look at that. 3 planks and a scrap, 2 scrap wood, whatever. I'm not mad about it, but it is really funny because we are supposed to have a 100% chance of success. But it's actually 99.999999999. Oh yeah, no. So magazines are really annoying. Post offices are great. Post offices, libraries sometimes are great. Libraries are hit or miss. They have libraries will have magazine racks that look like this one. So if you ever visit a library, this should be an obvious check. Check those. But yeah, magazines, they can be really frustrating. There is one magazine that we still have not found after well over 300 hours on this character. Yeah, there's still one magazine. It is the whatchamacallit, it is the Cheapskate John's bomb making manual, if I remember the name right. 2.6% chance in all of the places where it could spawn, and we failed every single chance. Not exactly a surprise, though. Alright, so we've already got a couple of planks right there. So let's top that off. Now, minus the nails, because I'm a bit of a doofus and did not bring the nails in this shipment. Minus the nails, we have everything we need to at least get doors up. If we do these windows in sets of 3, then I can put 6 planks right there for those 3 windows. And that leaves us with a deficit of a few planks. We're gonna actually deconstruct some of these beige shelves. I just pulled them up off the ground, but we're gonna put them back down and then rip them apart to get some more of those lovely planks and nails. Would have been more efficient to just do this from the outset, but wasn't sure. Get any nails from that? I don't think we did. Nope, this is a nailless place. We have no nails whatsoever. That's alright, I suppose. Or is it? I don't have any nails at all, anywhere, ever. Oh, man. That's embarrassing. That is surely embarrassing. Of all the stuff I have, one of the most simplest construction materials. Okay, well, that's like I said, truly embarrassing, but not the end of the world. We're gonna leave the trailer here. We're gonna take the torches out of the trailer along with the satchel. Sledgehammer can stay here for now. Alright, topping up on water and then we'll move on. Alright, we've got fuel secured at least. That's a dub. I'll take the dub on that. Let's see what the street has to offer us here. I should have my rifle still. Let's open another couple of those there 7.62 boxes. I would like to be able to shoot long distance freely for a little while. There we go. Alright. Strip club up here on the right. I predict a fair number of them inside. This time the strip club is not looted and trashed for us. When I visited it on Annie, it was looted and trashed. And therefore, probably lacked a few things that we may find this time. That's cool. I left the engine running again. I always do. Now, we have not gotten close enough to the building to actually spawn in the zombies on the inside. I'm going to intentionally stay away from it for that purpose. Zombies won't spawn in a building until you get somewhat closer to it. What I'm trying to do right now is see if anybody's going to be coming out of the woods right here to the north. As you can see, it is quite literally a fucking wall of trees. And I'm not a big fan of that. If there's zombies in there, I would literally not know until they came outside. Alright, this is going to be interesting. Oh, look at that. They did come out of the building. Okay, never mind. Disregard everything I just said. It must... Okay, so there must be some buildings that only spawn when you get close. Maybe it only applies to cities. Because that is absolutely the behavior we see in Louisville. Hell, I saw it in Marchridge. And yes, I am stealing the bunny ears. Okay, you know what? We're going to try to make use of I was thinking about pulling out the 9mm. As long as we don't get flanked, we're fine. I appreciate the candy pink hair. I should have put my mask on. Fantastic. I love those barricades so much. Maybe a survivor vehicle. Which window is the weakest? Front left. Hello. So this is a well cared for vehicle. I think it did have battery. Yeah, so this is another candidate for a one-way trip back to West Point when the time comes for that. Guys are late to the party. See if he's going to go all the way over the fence. He's going somewhere with a mission. I know where he's going now. Look at that. Somebody's coming out of the forest. I think this guy was actually one of the ones who just went in the forest, though. I'm not going to take that for granted, but I would really like to believe that this forest is not crawling with zombies. If only because I literally can't see into it. Like, it's that thick. The trees are that thick together. So we got a construction site over here on this side of the strip club. Construction site doesn't usually have as much stuff as you would think. For example, I don't expect to find any nails here. I could use some nails right now, but I don't think I'm going to find any. Yeah, see, boxes have nothing but planks in them. Ambushed. What about the tool? Yeah, battery, large hook, screwdriver. If we were going to find nails, that was probably the most likely place. Planks and sheets, most likely everywhere else. I'm going to steal the construction lights for the gas station. Because it actually gets pretty dark under the canopy at night. and there's no lighting there. The devs have been fixing that slowly, but it hasn't been fixed yet. I did remember to turn off the ambulance lights this time. So fun fact, I didn't actually know this for probably 1,200 hours or so playing this game. The first stage of hunger doesn't actually do anything. It literally does nothing. This moodle up here on the top right, I was always under the impression that it would mess up our melee. It doesn't. I looked at the code. Hunger is not checked if you're in combat, or under most circumstances. Obviously, you want to not let that accelerate the stage 2 hunger, because then your kit gets heavier, and it may slow you down in combat if your kit is heavier. That being said, I usually do try to eat when I see the moodle. Usually. No, there was a freezer in here. There's a generator in here. Holy shit. I'll come back for that. I have my hands a little full at the moment. Okay, I'm not going to clear the south side. I did want to check this shed. There was a chance for nails in the cabinet, but too late. It used to. Well-fed used to make it so that you had an increased carrying capacity among a couple of other things, but nothing anymore. That whole system has been completely removed. The only thing well-fed gives you now is a grace period before hunger starts ticking again. So if you overeat a little bit, it'll be a little while before your hunger starts, before you start getting hungry again. So if you overeat, in terms of hunger reduction, it's actually slightly useful. It's not quite as much as actually just waiting until the correct amount of time has passed to eat. I'm glad you were asking for the chair, because I do actually have to step away for just a minute and a half or so here. Let me go ahead and give our girl something to eat. Now there is, despite all of my misgivings, there is a couple of intact doors right here. So, we're going to have her take a quick rest, and I will be right back momentarily. Alright, so I am back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Let's just clear out the local area and see what we come across. And if we don't come across anything nail related, we'll go back and get some more nails. So it won't be too hard to do that. Got a Zippy Mart right here. Looted and trashed, as to be expected. Would you look at that, boys? Would you look at that? Okay. This house right here on Annie Mae, I made this a house because I did not feel like fixing up the gas station. And therefore, I boarded up the windows so it actually looks just like it did on Annie Mae. But that is a survivor house. What an interesting world. Oops. I picked up the stupid floodlight and then I forgot to leave it at the gas station. There we go. I'll just leave it there for a moment. What's going on here? What can I see in these windows? What is going on there, Indy Stone? Alright, whatever. Something weird going on there. Can't see in those windows. Okay. There's nothing to see in there. We already checked the interior for Zeds. Nothing to write home about in here. Just a couple of barrels that you could convert into burners if you needed. Charcoal burners, as it were. Alright, let's see what the survivor house here has to offer. This is the first one that I'm 100% certain has been spawned in late game. So I already see one Zed in front of the door. Looks like a couple of people on the floor in there. Wasn't actually expecting the door to be unlocked. I'm okay with it, though. You don't need to attack the window. Damn it, they're gonna break the window. There's probably another one in the bathroom. No? Okay. Cool. Let's see what this place has to offer. I'm already masked up, so it doesn't really matter if the stench is bad. A level 1 book. Oh, we're off to a great start here. Melee weapon schematics. More level 1 books. You know what? There's a replacement whetstone. Mine is down to half capacity. Let's take the dub on this. Got ourselves a new whetstone now. Vast majority of this is garbage. I'll take the pan, because why not? .12 gauge, 9mm, sure. An empty 9mm mag, why not? 1911 with a laser sight on it, sure. I will take that laser sight off and hold on to the 1911. SN38, this is your new M36. Just take the rounds out. Put all that in the backpack. We got a sawed-off double barrel and a sawed-off JS2000, both more or less. The sawed-off JS2000 is something I would use in a very extremely niche use case, like the military research facility, where I have no choice but to fight indoors in a large quantity of zombies. But we've already hit the military research facility, so I don't know if I would ever actually need that again. Needless to say, it's not high priority. Oh, here we go! Here we go! We've got a couple of level 5 books. Napping and trapping. I don't think I need either. Let's check our list. Let's check our list. No. The level 5 books I need are long blade, reloading, aiming, butchering, pottery. I don't see any of those. Just on principle, I'll take those two. There's a Cheapskate John magazine, except it's not the one we need. Multicolor pen. I know some people in chat have had trouble finding that. I apologize to you guys. That is a struggle that I know well. It's a bowling pin. I don't know if I've ever seen one of those in this game before. Welding rods. Cool. We can make doors. Sweet. Not the single most useless, not the single most useful thing, but I'll take it. And this keyring is now our keyring for Valley Station. Let's rename it really quick. Keyring Valley Station. I have a separate keyring for different places I go to. That might have been the keys to the Permani that was in the gas station parking lot. Okay, we're out of here. So we didn't find nails, but we found a close second, and we can at least get doors up now. Last of our roast. So it is a good thing that we've got a place that we can start bringing perishable food forward to. So with this one stack of dub rods we picked up, did they make the round on the floor here? This place is a mess. There they are. We can now take up one torch and put together some doors. We ran out of something. Oh no, we didn't run out of anything. We did run out of torch. And the small steel sheets. We not have enough. Steel sheet small right there. And then just steel sheets after that. Okay, so yeah, we want to cut one of these sheets. Doors acquired. Alright, so we're not going to have main barricades for a couple of bits. What we're going to do is we're just going to pull out one of the toilets and one of the trash cans there, use one of the bathrooms as a place to sleep. When the time comes, we've got about 2 in-game hours before bedtime. You want a close-up pic of Nora? I mean, this is as close as we can get. I actually struggle with that sometimes with my, when I try to take screenshots for thumbnails. When I try to take screenshots for thumbnails, it's, whatchamacallit, I have to, like, at least 150%, if not 250 for the bigger close-ups. I want to go all the way to 1080p. I want to move these fridges, but that's going to be a bit of a difficult thing. Let's just get the bed in the correct place first. I don't have too much use for toilet water because I don't drink it, of course. But I would not be opposed to using it for something like washing a car or maybe washing my armor. So I will drain it into these gas cans before just getting rid of the toilet. Oh dear, the toilet broke. What a shame. So these are just 2 gas cans full of non-potable water, which is always a use for that. There is a hoodie optionally. We don't wear a hoodie currently. It's a little too warm when we start running around. So now we have room to put down the bed. We should have a pillow somewhere. This mess. Whenever I unload stuff initially, it's always a mess. It gets itself cleaned up eventually, but there's, yeah. And that is not the pillow that we should be having. We have a spare that we always keep in the ambulance for other purposes. Okay, so my standard is to sleep at least behind one hard door, and that this now meets my standard. So we've got a safe place to sleep here until we figure out something to do with the front there. We do not have enough welding rods. If I wanted to do like barred windows, even though the window pane isn't there, we don't have enough welding rods to do that. So that is not an option, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and move the fridges now after I drop my backpack. And then, well, I should have put the pillow down, hang on. Drop my guns and my sword. My water bottle. Okay, now we can pick up fridges. I'm just gonna put these somewhere where I don't have to look at them. I only need one for the interior of the base. Yeah, I will be that guy who has fridges on his front lawn. If I don't need all of them, I ain't powering them all. No, not. Don't be clipping into the wall like that. There we go. So if I was gonna do a kitchen, it would definitely be up in this corner here. It's an easy dub. Oh, need a hammer. Ain't got no hammer. Large store shelves. What are those called? Oh, those, right. I can disassemble those. That's free planks right there. I don't need these for storage because their storage capacity is pretty weak, and they're they block vision, so I'm not really interested in them. See, I don't have nails, but I can always just put the materials in the correct place. So once I do find nails, I just breeze through, and I don't have to worry about picking anything up. It's already there. I like to do 2 planks on each side whenever I do a setup like this. 2300, it's past bedtime. Alright, trash cleanup. Full swing. Okay, we have enough planks set aside, so any further planks we have are spares. Excellent. Just sorting things based on priority for the moment. Slightly lower priority in one bag, slightly higher priority in the other bag. Not much left in it, but it's probably enough to put out a fire. I always put fire extinguishers next to the entrances of my base. Even if it's a small outpost like this one. I found one there, so I might as well put it in the correct spot. Alright, that's good enough for the immediate moment. Even put the cash register there, even though the shelves are there. Nice. Very nice. Right there is an evening well spent. Our girl is quite hungry. We shall feed her appropriately. Alrighty. How many sledgehammers did I find? I have found two that I'm 100% sure of, possibly 3. There's 2 that I'm 100% sure of because they're red ones and I can't build them. I know I've built at least 2. And I think I may have found one of the kinds that look the same as the kind you build, right? The red ones cannot be built, so I know for sure that the red ones I found too. But yeah, I'm not sure about the. I'm not actually sure about the forged ones. Local low priority can go in here. Ammo that I'm not currently using can go in here. Yeah, that's fine. Sharpen that knife. And my sword. Now these hunting knives that are different from the ones that you can craft, they look a little prettier, but they also have higher durability. Something to keep in mind if you happen to find one versus the ones you can make. Alright, so today we're going to hit the interior of the strip club. I'm sure a lot of people are interested to see what it looks like in there. Personally, I'm somewhat interested to see what it looks like with the lights on. I've never actually been all the way up that way while the power was still on. So theoretically, we found a spare generator up there. There's nothing stopping us from taking a gas can of gas, filling up that generator, and then hooking it up so that we actually have interior lighting. If the interior lighting looks cool, then absolutely I will make a base up there. This is only shaping up to be an outpost at the moment, so. See, I was talking before about the differences between the sledgehammers. This is a forged sledgehammer. The dark head with the regular wood handle. In the ambulance, as part of its field kit, I always carry around a fabricated sledgehammer, which we cannot make. That is, it's got a red handle, red fiberglass handle with a square head. Those are the rarer ones. This one's seen some use. I have used this one a lot. So I generally, when I'm out and about, I'll try to use one of the forged ones instead, so that I can save the durability on the main one. But yeah, I'll leave that here for base work in the local area if needed. This gas can go with us in our backpack. And we're going to need a food for the day. Literally don't have room in this for much more. Fine, I'll move the torches in the immediate moment here. We'll put away the empty M9 mag and box of 12 gauge. Oh, we can open another box of 357 here. Been shooting that a lot. It's good caliber. This box of 9mm, we're not going to be using it anytime soon because we've got like tons and tons of already loaded 9mm magazines. Oh, that means it should be going in the trailer then. Yeah, the rest of it. Alright, I don't need all 8 of these torches. We're just going to take, like, 4. That looks good to me. Now, we're probably going to find, before we hit the strip club, we're going to find some food in the Quickie Mart around the corner there. And you know what? Just in case we don't, I'll take a bag of chips. The generator no longer needs to be running. I just need it here. Need it running here while I have lights. Need for lights. Alright, here, these shelves right here, it doesn't look like there's anything on them. Chance of boxes of sparklers. Nothing on them. Damn. But that's always something I'm on the lookout for. Boxes of sparklers is the linchpin element for making some more of them. They're lovely, lovely bombs. Ended up picking up a little bit more than I was expecting, so we're gonna at least drop off the soda, because the soda It's good for getting rid of hunger if you need to, you know, just a quick drink. A 2-liter will get rid of the entire hunger moodle, but not very convenient to carry it around. It's very heavy. Oh, that's right. I'm putting soda in the cabinet here. Alright, do a perimeter check around the strip club and then we'll start easing our way in. During the perimeter check, we're picking up the blue generator that we spotted yesterday. I don't know what I mean by picking up because I don't have the ability to carry it anywhere in the ambulance. I don't have anywhere near enough room in my backpack to put it in there, do I? Maybe, hang on. If I remove some of this stuff. Yeah. There we go. I can fit it in my backpack now. Powering 174 lights. That's kind of funny. Okay. Let's just, let's see what this place looks like. Hello. Yeah, we gotta make sure that we realize that the generator is gonna be pulling a lot of people into that spot. Hello there. It lit the signs up too. That's cool. Here's somebody. Hello there. There's a bunny. Don't break the glass. I wonder. Oh, damn it. Damn it. I made her drop the bunny ears. Damn. Now she's no good to me. I was actually considering finding a way to trap her in here so that I have a zombie stripper here. It's possible. I could do it. I have the technology. I am capable of restraining zombies indefinitely if I put a lot of effort into it, but it's not worth it. I'll take her ears with me and we'll just lead her outside. Come on, I'm taking you out back. Don't think that I wouldn't. I absolutely would. If we find another with the bunny ears, I'm not above doing it. Come on, downstairs. Into the pile with everybody else here. Be very careful going in this room because sometimes the generator noise will attract them and they'll like sit in the corner there and whatever. Generators have a tendency to make them move towards them but not even do things that they would otherwise normally do, like attack walls or doors. I just got a comment for the record. These are very poorly designed. You could fit in them technically, but I mean, look at this. Your feet are like sticking out the front. Normally toilet stalls are a little bit more roomy than that. These they should be like 2 tiles deep. But that's just a poor design issue. Come on. Up the door. See, just because there's no zombies attacking the doors does not mean that there's no zombies in there. Huh, nice. This room's probably a couple $100 a night. The chances of those plants being alive after a year and 4 months is 0.0, so they're probably all fake. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. Hold the phone. What did I just see? Meat hooks. Meat hooks in the walk-in freezer. Okay. Okay. Well, I complained about not having nails, and the game gave me 1 nail. Thanks, game. So there's actually no back door to this place. That's actually some strategic value right there. Position-wise, this base is actually not that valuable. It's too far away from the checkpoint to be useful for a checkpoint assault base. I don't dislike it though. It's not bad. Just not that good either. predicting nothing but booze in these, if any. Wow, look at all that. That's a lot of stuff. Neat. Costumes. No roof access. That seems wrong. Maybe I missed it. There's probably another staircase around here. Oh, I definitely missed it, yeah. Yeah, the other staircase over there does not connect. Okay. So there's two separate staircases. Gotcha. Coat check area. I'm pretty weak loot, fam. Not that you don't really come to a place like this for loot. It's for the location, as it were. You come here for the real estate value. Not even the strategic value, just the real estate value. One of the zombies out there might actually have the keys to the strip club. That being said, I don't really care about this door. No, I don't really care about that door. It's an interior door. Roof access. I had a feeling that we would find it. Who puts a box right in front of a door? Doofuses. Strip club security guards aren't always known as the smartest, sharpest knives in the crayon box. No mods. This is vanilla. Vanilla Apocalypse. We have one texture replacement mod that we made ourselves here on stream. It just changes the color of the backpack to tactical black. Because it's nasty looking by default. So done with olive drab. I've seen enough olive drab for the rest of my life. Okay, we got roof access. Let's put the generators smack dab in the middle of the roof and see what it looks like with the rest of the building lit up. Last place to clear is on this side, it looks like. Got locker rooms with nothing in any of the lockers. Typical. Okay, here's the ready room, or the green room, rather. Key, Gentleman's Club. Hell yeah. Fucking t-shirt for the Indie Stone in the green room. Are they trying to tell us something? Are the Indie Stone strippers in their off time? Fuck, man. Fuck me if I'm ever going to wear one of those. I'll put it on one of the mannequins. More efficient way to light the floor is using the floor lights. So if we wanted to link up the upper floors, wouldn't be... Oh no, we don't have to do anything special. No, we don't. The security room does... Okay, I never even noticed that. And we can't illuminate this half until we reposition the generator. One locker that could have possibly spawned guns, and of course nothing in it. I suppose strip club security are probably not as likely to have guns. Depends on the club. Never been to a strip club personally. A couple of nightclubs, but nothing to write home about. Fur is pretty weak. It's about 15 in. Theoretically, that should get everything. What do we got? We got 407 lights. I ding ding dong. Yeah, trying to power this entire place, it's a meme. It's an absolute meme. 407 lights. We would have to refuel that generator twice a week, easily. But the lights are cool looking. I won't deny that. Oh, and every single one of these tiles. Okay. Okay, I see. I see. I can't even... There we go. We have to, like... Neat. Very neat. That's really funny. 407 lights for one building. Imagine some semblance of load balancing. Don't make any jokes about load balancing in a strip club. No jokes allowed. Oh, whoop. Holy shit, I thought she had tried to jump over the edge for a second there. She's alright. See, rooms like this that don't stand to gain too much from the aesthetic, we can cut the... There's no way to get across to the other side of this room. That's really funny. These stupid tables actually block your movement. So a room like that, there's almost no change if you switch to floor lights. And down here, I mean, if we turned off the floor lights... Well, that's just the main hall. Are we even... Can we even, Nah, we can't right-click on the, We can't right-click on the pole and dance. the tiles! The individual fucking tiles. Oh, man. Hang on. We should be able to set them to strobe. That's probably what they would do. They would strobe with the music. Well, this is the 90s. I don't know if they have quite as pretty light effects back then. Probably, I don't know. Wait, so where are the rest of the lights in this room coming from? What? There's like there's something on the ceiling? Okay, so I have to right-click on this tile and... Okay, okay. Fascinating. We're learning more about Project Zomboid here. So it's the corner lights. The corner lights, you have to right-click on the floor tile. And they don't show up on the ceiling. I literally can't reach the back there. The dev name for this room is Lap Dance Cabin. I'm curious what the cost is if I just have the floor lights on for each room. Because if I just have the floor lights on for each room, this place might not be as bad. Oh, I see. Wait a minute, are you telling me this tiny little pixel counts as a light? No wonder this place had 407 lights on the power bill. Oh man, the old school Batman. And they took Poison Ivy's name very literal. I mean, hell, even Batman the animated series went a little bit literal with Poison Ivy. I always thought that she was supposed to be a little bit of a metaphorical villain. Man, these can't even see half of them. Thankfully, the bathroom doesn't have any redundancies. Oh, we are super hungry and super tired. Not a surprise, we've been screwing around for a minute. Oh wow, all of these tiles. Okay. Hang on. We have enough here. We have enough tiles for this. Do we? Maybe not. Ten out of 10 game of the year. That's worth the power bill right there. I was trying to do it with the other one, but we didn't have enough real estate for that. Yeah, we're going to leave the floor lights off for that one. Now, it's funny, I use the word floor lights. I'm talking about, like, lights that are supposed to illuminate the entire floor. I'm not talking about these lights that are on the floor. I don't have a good name for these in my head. Ah, damn, the floor lights for this side actually capture the entire... Okay, fair enough. This is costing my my precious Logitech G600 a lot of clicks. Clicks that could have been used for combat. That's okay. If you think about it, every mouse has a finite number of clicks in it before you inevitably break that switch. All things decay, including your mouse switch. See, if there was going to be a way to load balance the lights so that I could have like 6 different generators powering all the different lights, I might actually do it. But there's not. There would be no chance. I'm actually perfectly okay with this particular corner not being illuminated because trying to deal with all those freezers would be a bit of an irritation. I mean, look at that. We've got lights that stretch all the way around this corner anyway, just from that one switch. So we don't even need to have this corner powered. Now, it's kind of curious that this fridge is not being reached. Nothing in the kitchen is being reached, but the lights are. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Lights always... It always feels like lights can be powered from farther out than they should be. Now, that's all the extraneous lights that I can find on the first floor. Just the first floor. Hang on. Yes, we can get the floor lights in here. That's the power of multiple switches. One of them's in range, the other's not. G403s. G403s, whatchamacallit, those are... That's what... I'm pretty sure that's my secondary one. Hang on. Yeah, the G403 Hero, that's the secondary mouse that I use. This is the one that switches whenever I switch my KVM to another computer. So that mouse is basically plugged into whatever my keyboard is. This mouse is dedicated to my primary PC because it's an actual gaming mouse. The G403, I mean, you could call it a gaming mouse. It's a very normie mouse, though. G600 is not sold anywhere, but there is a... if you go to Japan under the name Logicool instead of Logitech, the G600 is still in production in Japan. You just have to you have to buy it. I actually bought them off eBay. I had some guy in Japan ship them to me. I have like 2. I have 2 of them over there just in case this one breaks. I've never tried them though. I'm assuming that they're 100% the same, but they're literally unopened. That's how much I love these mice. I bought a couple of extra from Japan. Someday I'll learn how to solder replacement switches. Once I learn how to solder replacement switches, I'll be able to fix the mouse. Fix it myself anytime it loses a clicker. Oh, she has to turn it off from this side. I see. Now, another problem with these lights is, well, actually, oh, these lights don't have bulbs. There's literally no way to remove the bulbs, so these lights might not actually burn out. That would be kind of cool if these lights just never burn out. See, there's more lights that are on right now. And I have to, like, click on the right tile to reach them. Here we are. I have no idea if I can even reach these, the ones in the corner here. I would have to move this wall, if I even can. No, I can't. That's kind of sad. So these red lights right here, I think they're emanating from the floor. I can reach some of them, it seems. Oh, it's like every 2 tiles. Okay. Oh, I'm starting to see it. Okay. I'm still kind of baffled about this corner. I've got nothing on this corner. This is like a freaking puzzle. Hang on, I think I just nailed it. Yeah, one of them. Maybe if I pull the couch out of the way.
Oh.
No, the couch is out of the way. What about the table? No, that's everything that I can think of. See, anything on this side is just the, that's just the, whatchamacallit. That's just the purple lights. There's actually still some purple lights on here. Oh, there's a whole row on the inside here. Oh, that's dangerous to try to turn off, because I have to stand next to the outer wall here. Some of these might just not be possible to turn off. Player can't reach them. Maybe if I get the lamp out of the way. Yeah, I have to get the lamp out of the way. Then I can turn that off. Okay. Starting to understand this a little better. If there's more than one light on a tile, you can only turn one of them off. Huh. There we go. Okay. We're closer. We're closer. We've almost mastered the lighting of the strip club. Oh, the silly adventures we get up to here. I removed the light bulb before I picked these lamps up because from prior experience I've actually noticed that if you pick up a lamp with a colored bulb, like one of those red lamps, when you put it back down it will have a plain white bulb. So by picking it up you're basically deleting a bulb. You're deleting a bulb with a unique color. Okay, that's all the purple on this side, at least. Better like what? You are a little obsessive, my friend. Just a little obsessive. I am not one to talk, of course. I am quite obsessive myself. One might even say obsessive and compulsive. It's not a disorder, though. I have met people with OCD. I may have a little bit of tendencies that would make me seem similar, but no. Definitely does not reach the point of disorder. Yeah, I'll just have to give up on this corner, I guess. That's fine. Actually getting close to bedtime here. So minus that weird red light that I can't quite figure out over here, that is all of the redundancies on the second floor. I'm willing to bet that we just cut our light consumption down to a fraction of what it was, but I still am not sure. Let's put the red lamps we picked up away. Box of screws, but of course not a box of nails. I'm never not going to be salty over the fact that we can't use screws to do carpentry. This monitor stand that is right in front of me here, I used nothing but screws to build that. A couple of carriage bolts, but vast majority of the ties were made with screws. Alright, power consumption check. I should turn off the LOL sign, but I'm not gonna. Just, I like it too much. Now another thing to consider is the exterior lighting. The exterior lighting is, I don't think we can possibly turn it off. We would have to be standing in front of it. Yeah, see, I can turn it off, but if I click the turn off button, she tries to go towards it, but she can't, so she just stands still. So all those lights in the front of the base are immovable. Okay, we managed to go down from 407 down to 88 lights. To be honest, that's a dub. I'm taking that as a win. That is an objective win right there. Even the hungry German woman agrees with me. You hear her saying yes? Yes, yes, yes. Ah, right. So as we approach Louisville, there's going to be radios on the ground that we can't pick up. And why can't we pick them up? I don't know. They're not objects. They're not on the object list. But if I click the pick up button, nothing there. I can, however, disassemble them. It is a Valutech custom name. And I use a hammer to rip it apart, apparently. Whatever. I get some scrap electronics out of it. I like it. I don't hate it. Not the worst. Now, that being said, am I really going to base here, like, permanently? Probably not. I mean, it's, like I said, strategically speaking, the Louisville checkpoint is, like, all the way over here. There's really not that much strategic value to this place, sadly. So I will not be fixing it up into, like, a super, super awesome, important base. I'm just going to secure the building. Secure the building, call it mine. Maybe someday I'll come back here and settle in when I no longer care about supply lines or stuff like that. Good night, Moon. Good night, Ned. Maybe I'll just leave that generator running. Let's just leave the generator running. Why not? We've already got a light burnout. No, wait. It's not. It hasn't burned out. If it had burned out, we would be able to it would give us the opportunity to put a light bulb in it. Get an exterior shot and an interior shot. Woman, are you okay? She's okay. She did drop her glasses, though. Where did they go? There they are. They're one of a kind. Don't lose those, please, Nora. All these lovable surfaces here, we don't actually have a bed in this place. There's nowhere to sleep here. There's couches, but I ain't fucking sleeping on a couch. That's, we can do better than a couch. Left the fucking ambulance running the whole time. I have been known to make mistakes. Almost did it again. We also didn't find a single box of nails in the entire building. I was keeping my eyes peeled. I didn't check every single imaginable container, but I checked a fair few of them. I did peek in all the janitor containers. And that was a big, fat nada. Yeah, I don't think anybody sane would want to sleep on those couches. You don't know where those have been. Now here's something interesting about the whatchamacallit, about the strip club place. Because the generator on the roof that's powering all the lights doesn't actually reach the edges. We could use different generators to power the entire complex. But again, would I put all the effort into creating such a configuration when I would just want to be driving past it all the time? Probably not. It's probably not the best idea. Probably not. We've got a lot of progress to go. We've got a lot of exploration to do here. As an overnight task, I'm going to drive back to back to West Point base. We're going to pick up some more perishable stuff. And here's how we're going to play this. For the next couple of days, perishables that we're going to use in the short term will be stored here at the gas station base. The gas station base will operate with both a blue generator for the pumps here, and we're going to use the yellow generator for the fridges and the interior. So this, theoretically, should not reach the interior. Or does it? We're actually reaching the lights. But we're probably not reaching the fridge. Put one more tile out. Okay, that's getting irritating. I want the building to be on a separate circuit. Okay, I'm not being billed for the power, so fuck it. I do want the floodlights to be near the generator. The whole point of the floodlights is to make sure that when I'm loading up, when I'm fueling gas, I can see everything around me. But that means we're going to take the yellow generator and we're going to put it around back here. So that way the yellow generator doesn't catch any of the pumps. Pumps can be on a separate circuit. If I put it up here, then I can easily access it from the back door, more or less easily. Let's make sure it does not touch any of the pumps from here. That it does not. So, this is our generator for the facility. We'll catch a sleep, and then we'll commute back and go pick up some perishable food, leave them here at this location, so that we don't have to go all the way back to West Point for food again. I have not checked the drag race strip yet. That's high on the agenda. We just need to secure a little bit more readily accessible food, and then we're set for something like that. I could also, yeah, I'm also going to take a throwaway vehicle back with me. Yeah, because we have a car that we found. I don't suspect any zombies are going to be coming up and slapping me, but you know what? I don't care. It's a matter of principle. Sure, the generators here are fine, but let's just take a quick peek. And, maybe we'll top them up. Do it for the double fridges, so I can turn off the roof generator once I've gotten, confirmed this is now empty. I actually didn't. Just wanted to pick up the garbage bag. There we go. So the mail van here is, once again, a long-term deposit that we're slowly moving forward with us. It is not, it's full, but it's full of things like generators. Yeah, we can go with this. There's still many, many more things to take, but this is a pretty full shipment. All right. That's looking good. Food for the day acquired. Of course, once again, I came down here and I did not get more nails. Funnel visioning is a truly cursed thing sometimes. But I've been known to do it. I'm going to go ahead and shut this generator off because I only just realized it's a blue generator. And because it's a blue generator, it actually has a chance to blow up before it runs out of fuel. Condition degradation for a rather high load like that, the condition degradation might actually accelerate past the fuel consumption. So if I just leave it running, it might actually fucking explode and set the strip club on fire. Which, after all that work, I'd prefer that not happen. So we're going to go ahead and shut it down. It is time. Take a look at the drag strip. I've been dreading it because it's 3 rolls. 3 rolls at a chance for a race car. So if a race car doesn't spawn, we don't get a race car anywhere ever on this character. But let's rip the band-aid off and find out. And hang on, I think it's, yep, no race cars. Look at me, I am the race car now. Yeah, there's no other spawn points. There is a chance for them to spawn at the bottom there, and that's it. Look at all these dudes. It's a lot of dudes. I could do like a bombing here or something to get rid of all these Zeds, but what's the point? What would I be fighting for? Is there something here worth taking? Because I'm not seeing it. Oh, a battery. That's almost empty. 1 charge of duct tape. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. Yep, no race cars for Nora. Depressing. It's really depressing. Not entirely surprising though. The number of chances for them to spawn, it's pretty low. Garage empty. Aside from that one survivor house joint that we already cleared, not a single one of these units has not been looted and trashed. So what I think we're going to do is animation mod for the doors. I don't know which doors you're talking about. If you're talking about the building doors, there is no mod for that required anymore. The door's just open. That's been a part of vanilla since B42 came out. So depending on the nature of your question, the answer may be just B42. So this road, I believe it hugs the river. And I think up here on the right there may be a couple of houses. Looks like we got clay. We do got clay. That means we've got clay that's a little closer to Riverside, a little closer to Louisville than the edge of the map. This was a problem on Annie Mae. We could not find clay anywhere on the river, on the side of the river, after the after the end of West Point. I do remember this neighborhood, and I do remember there being, like, basically nothing here. Definitely nothing worth fighting a billion zombies for. So we're mostly just proceeding to see if any of these houses are survivor houses. And even if they are, they're tiny. These are the really tiny houses. Touch my door, bastard. Somehow the food market is not looted and trashed. Although any of the produce on display is probably dust by now. Speaking of dust, how did I... I'm getting a little distracted here. Yeah, no, the B42 is, very, very different game from B41. I like it better. I've tried B41 modded, and it was fun, but, you hit brick walls in certain places. The blacksmithing in B42 is very thorough, and I enjoy it. It's got a few... there's a couple of gaps, but it's way better than anything you'll get from a B41 mod. Alright, so the neighborhood parallel to the road did not have any survivor homes. This, if I'm not mistaken, is a rest stop. I actually can't remember exactly. We're not yet at the part where there's a motel at some point here. That's a little diner joint. Yeah, rest stop, but looted and trashed, useless. I'm doing a bit of side street exploration so that when I go back I'll use the main highway. And then we'll see what the zombie threat looks like on the highway. We may invert that for the neighborhood up there because I actually thought that... Oh, no, it wasn't a dead end. It switched from gravel to asphalt. So I got a little confused there. Convenience shop, looted and trashed. House, partially looted and trashed. We're going to try to lead any Zeds we pick up off-road over here if we can, so we can get out of here. That's a wreck with an animal trailer. Believe it or not, when you see a wreck with an animal trailer like this spawn in, it just spawned in because it's our first time in this area. There is a small possibility that there's an animal in there. One or more animals. But I'm not banking on that. Even if there were, we don't have any infrastructure to take care of animals. We'd have to scrap something together quickly. We've got other priorities in the immediate moment. No survivor houses here. Moving along. No survivor houses here. Moving right along. That was a rather thick group. Like a really thick group. I'm tempted. And the reason I'm tempted is because if there was a survivor zombie in that group, the best way to figure that out would be to pull them over here. It's not a big backpack, I can tell you that much. I'm not going for it. I'm not going for it. Yeah, a bag that small is just not worth it. Knowing my luck, that bag will have aiming 5 and long blade 5 in it. Now, as a slight side effect of what we just did, nothing. Nothing. I was considering getting out and taking a quick peek at this animal trailer. Not with all these guys here. Fuck no. If there were any animals in the trailer, they are stressed to death by this point. Actually, we would be able to hear their noises. And there are no animal noises. There's nothing in that trailer. Nice little diversion, but nothing. Nothing for us there. Oh, this door opens out. Junk Baron. Except there's no junk. Not much of a Baron. You could call that that a barren wasteland. Because it's a complete waste of land. Well, you can't just throw a shed at me like this and not expect me to take a peek. Okay, maybe you can. Yep, nothing in it. Some bigger house here. Bigger amount of nothing. Bigger amount of not a survivor house. And there's the other side of the food market. Okay. So we have explored this entire side street now. Lots of Zeds. Not a lots of anything else. So, this is one of the first step pans we've actually seen that we are 100% certain has been spawned in on B42.14, which means it's going to have a... Well, I mean, it's busted up, so obviously it's not going to have a trunk in it. However, depending on the engine quality, if it has a somewhat decent engine quality, then I may actually fix it up. Maybe. Show me the money. Engine quality 36. That is not even worth converting into a wheelless hauler. That is just in our way at this point. Although I will check the trunk. Imagine locking a vehicle like this. Been busted up beyond all recognition, but make sure you lock the doors. Yeah, nothing in it. my god. They added wash vehicle to the radio menu, and they put it exactly in the spot where attached trailer used to be. So my muscle memory is just shot to hell on that. Oh, look at this. We have a local use Corvette. And fatigue hits at 15:30. No rear tire. Brakes are shit. Everything about it is more or less shit. Yeah, this isn't happening. Glad they didn't tire though. That may result in a few Zeds coming up and smacking that fence. You could say that, that there may have been a few Zeds who took offense to that. That's alright. I'm not clearing out Zeds just yet now that I'm fatigued. And we've also, the rain is going to make it so my long distance shooting is shit. So, there's no point in carrying around the rifle right now. That being said, of course, I don't have any room in the ambulance to put the rifle anymore. I may have to go by the start of tomorrow morning here. It is unfortunately a Monday, so I can't do extremely long streams. My average during weekdays is usually going to be between 8 and 12 hours. Today I may have to go a little bit shorter. I'm going to try... So depending on the weather tomorrow, right? Because if the weather is okay tomorrow, then at least I could probably justify pushing up a little forward. But if it's going to be raining again tomorrow, then there's not all that much interesting to do until the rain passes, because I don't want to be outside fighting zombies on a road like this where I need distance shooting. I'd prefer not to do that in the rain. It's not that I can't, I just would really prefer not to. But, we'll consider that when we get to it. Remember, this is toilet water. We don't drink this, but we can wash vehicles with it. Alright, I have had it up to here with not having nails. I should have known better. We're going to go back and get some more nails. What I'm going to do is take the generators out of the mail van and take the mail van back so that we can load up the mail van with something else. This is a really easy thing to do. All the other vehicles have got a variety of stuff in them that it would make a mess to pull them out, but this, we can do this. So we're going to pick up some nails, and then we'll also pick up some metalworking supplies from the where we dismantled the cars. Oh yeah? This bridge is, well, it's a little messy, but lots of resources to use. You got billions of trees and billions of scrap cars. And it's, well, it'll take you a while to get to Louisville from here, but not far from West Point. Hard for zombies to get in and out without hopping under the bridge. blacksmith tech tree. Well, I mean, I made one a long time ago. Bloody asked for me. This is back. It's like 6 months ago when I made a, and it wasn't like a tech tree. It's more of a flow chart. Just all the various things that you need to do to put together advanced blacksmithing stuff. I suppose while we have a moment, we're not exactly in a rush. Let's get this asshole out of the way. Hey Richard, how's it going? We are moving in the direction of wrapping up today, but we are on the road towards Louisville. Had a bit of adventure setting up the lights in the strip club. That was a lot of fun. And we've cleared a path into what's it called? Valley Station. Valley Station. Driven past this one many times. Shoot this guy. Stage 2 fatigue, so it's better to just shoot. $75 scrap metal, that's way too much. We'll do a little bit of distribution between these two trunks here. Of course the rain stops. Of course it stops now. It'll be off and on for a while, I'm sure. It's not the worst commute to go back to West Point at the moment, but that's because we're not actually going that far, and now that we've removed all the obstructions, very easy to go back and forth. Alright, something I should have bought a long time ago. Carton of nails. See, now that I have the capability of building something to capture rain, the rain's going to be done. But who knows, maybe it will, maybe it'll continue. Until then, this is why we leave the correct amount of planks on the floor to do this. It used some planks from outside, which is strange, but entirely unexpected. Two on each side. Except for this one over here, which is going to get its other two now. you ever need logs, just look around. Forest floors tends to have a number of them. The trees, we could cut trees, but why do that when we can do this? I don't actually have an axe assembled. I have axe heads, and I could assemble one. Not beyond doing that, but not quite yet. Tonight I would just like to get an indoor stairwell established. In order to do an indoor stairwell, we need to do an outdoor one first. We'll do that tomorrow, or as an overnight task, because we already should have gone to sleep. It's not worth messing up my sleep schedule over a little bit of rain that might continue all day tomorrow. If it doesn't, then, oh well, too bad. If it does, excellent. Oh, snow. Great. No. Let's put one back here. Otherwise, we'd have trouble getting up there. This snow is probably going to turn back into rain, but even if it doesn't, snow can still fill up rain barrels now. So I'm going to carry around 6 rope. Hold on to 2 of those military backpacks, and we'll fill up 2 backpacks worth of log stacks. We'll just need to make a handle for this axe head we just picked up. Can I actually put my rifle away, or did I lose too much storage space? I can't put my rifle away. Fuck. If I am going to put my rifle away, I should probably take my kit back out, in which case I'll need to take my backpack off to orient it. Alright, satchel goes back on. Now we can fit the rifle back in there. Turns out I put the sawed-off shotgun in the wrong bag. How embarrassing. Okay. We're going to have to start using up that cabbage ASAP, because it has been stale for a couple days now. Let's just toss it into a salad here. Fuck, even the kale is going stale already. That's bad, because we only just took it out of the freezer a couple days ago. And it's been in the fridge ever since. So, damn. That's all I can say about that is damn. God damn it. I didn't even intentionally do that. I named it Salad with 2 L's. I have been watching way too much YTP. Might as well just call it a Dallas salad. Hey. Actually, it's perfectly fine, because that helps me remember which one is one that I've eaten more recently. The rest of the cabbage we'll toss into these roasts. I'm not even going to cook the roasts. I just need to get these salad or the cabbage into something here. I mean, I don't have a oven yet, and that's okay. We'll get an oven soon. Oh, whoa, whoa. Clicked too quickly and she started emptying that. Alright, took care of that problem. I remember there being a tarp somewhere nearby. Oh, it was in the, there was a tarp in one of the strip club, cabinets. We'll, yank one of those. "7 Days to Die," whatchamacallit, did they, come out with something newer than the, experimental they dropped recently? 2.6. That was dropped on Feb 25. What do they have? Feb 25. That was the most latest. I don't see anything, or when I parsed through this initially, nothing caught my eye immediately. I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it. We've got a lot on the plate right now in Zomboid because we're headed towards Louisville at the moment, but I also have Terra Invicta on the docket. I'm not opposed to it though, because 7 Days is a game that I can play without having to be on top of my game. I could play that game with like 30% mental capacity. Now that's an important thing, because that means that once I start working on site, and I get home, I would be getting home from work about an hour ago, in terms of time of day. So I could, in the future, I could be doing afternoon streams for 7 Days to Die, because that's a game that I could just, you know, I don't need to be super on top of things, super organized, super whatever, to play that game. So yeah, it's if I did do it, it could be a weekday thing in the not too distant future. Right now we need to find one more log to saw so that we can just get a plank, because I need to make a handle for this axe, and I don't have any other axes until I have a handle for this. I don't like that we've got fog and rain today. Shooting is basically not going to happen. There we go, there's a log right there. So yeah, what I'm probably going to do at this point is we're going to get some infrastructure built at the current base. And I'll probably call it tomorrow morning in-game. Carve large handle and assemble long implement. There is our axe. And my axe. Just go straight for the big trees. Time to slow down on the Zomboid. If only. You imply I have some measure of self-control. If only. Have some world peace up there with that one. Oh, there goes the fog for the moment. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay, so I do need all 12 rope. So 12 rope is going to be two full military backpacks worth. I should have known that. That is something I should have committed to memory. Not that big of a deal. I mean, I just had to go over there. But if I hadn't, if I had left the rope somewhere else, that could have been inconvenient. Now we go into trailer mode. 3 stacks in one bag, 3 stacks in the other bag. And we'll do the sawing right here. Good that the rain's not done, because now we can do this. So, the positioning of the sink would be right here. Except I don't have a sink, so we'll go get one. We'll also go get a stove while we're out. Should have a weapon to defend myself. Hey, another tarp. I don't even think I need one, but that's fun. Who would throw out a locket with a photo of a pet? Some cold-hearted bastard. Anyway, that's enough garbage bags for 2 more rain barrels. We'll steal the stove and, what else? Just the stove. Oh, the stove and the sink, right. Oh, I don't actually have any room for anything else. We're out of here. What would I use a cheese grater for at this stage of the game? There's no cheese. All the cheese is rotten. Right. Unfortunately, this game has quite boring parts to it. I ain't going out shooting zombies in this weather. That is a quick way to wasting bullets. I know, right? Just make some cheese. I'll just go make some cheese. That's all we gotta do. I think I'll do the stairs, right here, perhaps. Oh, it's a bit of a tough call. Stairs can only be going 2 different directions. If nothing else, we will need the sledgehammer a few times. Let's get rid of the magazine stand and put it flush with the back wall. we're going to do the 1, 2, 3. Just do it on the back wall here. So that would be 1, 2, 3. Hang on. 1, 2. So that's back from there. 1, 2. And then starting 1, 2, 3. Okay, so far corner, far front corner, other side, 2 in. Okay. Here's the far corner, all the way down, 1 and 2. Here's 1, 2, and 3. And also here's the muscle strain, not unexpected. Should be done with the sledgehammer here, theoretically. Now we're going to do metal stairs, which means 4 rods, 6 sheets. Should have dub rods here. Hopefully that's enough. That's enough. Beautiful. Indoor roof access acquired. Plumbing the sink is the next step. We carry around a pipe wrench in the ambulance. Glorious. Why I pulled out the buckets earlier, we can just dump them straight into the primary. So even though we didn't catch as much rain as I would have preferred, we still caught a little bit from through the buckets. Basically, all we're doing is using puddles to fill up the bucket. Believe it or not, you can actually get a fair bit of water by doing that. Until the puddles all dry up. Let it never be said that this water on the floor is 200% useless. Just like 70% useless. The rule is, with toilet water, we can wash anything that doesn't come into contact with our skin. So knee pads, that's fine, because those go on over the trousers. Perfect. Well, not entirely perfect. We're missing one very important thing. Oh, is the water done being puddles on the ground out here? Well, in that case, we'll turn around and use some of the, actually, no, this is a perfect case for the toilet water, actually. Oh, come on now, I know I have a mop. Where I had a mop here. Maybe not. My brain meat is telling me I definitely had a mop here. Ah, I left it outside. Why did I do that? Who knows? But I have it. The filth of Saruman is washing away. Trees will come back to live here now. Now I can sleep with a clean conscience. Get it? Clean conscience? Alright, folks. We've had a good one today. I'm about burnt out. It's a little early, but it is a Monday after all. I have a couple of things on the agenda today, so we are in a great spot here. Got ourselves a very nice base. Let's get it marked on the map. This bad boy a B with a nice big green circle around it. And you know what? Let's give this strip club right here that an S. Why not? So we've got progress. We're going to need a little bit more progress. Next time we're going to set up shop in front of the military checkpoint. There's a warehouse up here. So that'll be our next stage of the journey. We'll set up shop in the warehouse. We will get a fighting position established, possibly. Although we'll probably just hit the military checkpoint on foot because a shotgun should make short work of most of the Zeds there as long as we can make use of the choke point. There will be a choke point there that we'll be able to use. Get some food put together. A little bit of overeating, but yeah, this cabbage needs to get nuked. And that it now is. Now, I don't have the spice bag with me. It's yet another thing that I would have preferred to have, but we do actually have some spices. I don't remember 100% why I put 20 thyme and 20 oregano in the in the glove compartment of that vehicle there. But it is now here. and we'll spice up these roasts that we prepared the other day. These 3 roasts ought to keep us sustained. Eat one a day for the most part. So this will be 3 more days. Each of these are 80 roasts. And everything left in the fridge here is a lot slower to perish. The rabbit meat is, if it goes stale, it goes stale. I probably can't preserve all of it. No, I can't preserve all of it. That's fine. If it goes stale, we can start accelerating our plans to use it, but until then, it's fine. Alright, so let's gear back up. And catch our second sleep. And there we are for the day. We shall have our girl bid us farewell here. And I always recommend taking screenshots of your bases. They won't last forever. Eventually they'll get broken by an update. Or the inevitable may happen. Slow decay of time. Alright, last thing we always do here is back up our saves. So in order to back up your save, you go to your Zomboid folder, C users, username Zomboid, then go to Saves, Apocalypse, and sorted by date modified. Here's the most recent one. Copy that whole folder, and you can put those anywhere. I like to put mine in a folder called Backups, one with the same name there. And this is part 47 of our journey through B42.14. And just paste that whole folder. Okay, folks. I will catch you guys in the next one. Have a great day now. Peace out.